Afternoon, everybody. A particularly muggy day, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, so welcome in Dave, Joe, Valhalla. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see what's been stolen. Shelters are still there, that's a bonus. Oh shit, yeah, I've got my stuff back, haven't I? Oh, there's a Timberwolf flag. Oh, look at that. We've got stuff. Ah, somebody's stolen our cam net. Brilliant. Yeah, ever so muggy today. So we need wire. Oh yeah. Oh, where's?
Rusty.
Hello, hello.
I came down here to see the Woodsmen yesterday, but there was no one at the embassy, and I've seen those shelters outside, and I was wondering if they're
Let's just
some intruder, but it's
yeah, let's just pop up.
Looks like.
Well,
let me preface this by telling you that I know about what happened with Jack. We got some intel on that, and my apologies. It's terrible.
Well, I'm still trying to figure it all out.
But what is this? Is this you're doing, and why?
Yes.
What?
So, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe the Woodsmen are potentially shifting their purpose to being selective on who they help through. So me and Gideon got caught by the insurgents in the industrial. They kidnapped Gideon, released him a day or so later, and then he came back saying that none of the bad groups, and again deemed by the insurgents realistically, none of the bad groups that we're going to help or they're going to be allowed to come past the embassy. So Gideon's not himself, because I don't know what he's gone through with the insurgents. But I've set up this little place that anybody can come to if they're denied. I'm still a woodsman at the moment, but
so let me get this straight. The insurgents capture you and Gideon.
Yeah. Knock me out.
And oh, so you weren't captured.
We were both captured, but they took Gideon. They kidnapped Gideon.
Right. And Gideon, I knew that he was missing. I heard rumors, but I did not know what exactly happened. And you're telling me He was
Good evening,
captured by
Paul.
Harry
Good evening. Good
Churches,
evening.
came back, and now he's
Not Gideon.
basically
Not Gideon.
aligned with Harry
Their views.
Church's twisted
Yeah.
views.
Yeah. Now there will be
This
elements.
is very concerning.
It is. Now, I still hold hope that Gideon. They've either got something on him, done something to him. You know, it's easy to judge when I weren't in his shoes. You know, they didn't take me with him; they took him away. So, whatever they've done, he reckon his eyes have been opened. But I take it. Did you hear that he threw a grenade into?
Again, I heard rumors that there was something transpiring up at Green Mountain. I did not know it was Gideon that threw a grenade.
Well, presumably.
In fact, I don't remember ever seeing Gideon handling a grenade.
Well, I think his new friends gave him it, because we don't find stuff like that. He didn't care who was in Green Mountain at the time, which is the worrying thing. Now, his premise was how they've treated me and us in the past, you know, so he's taking his revenge. Well, unfortunately, Gideon, that's like 6 months too late. And when I pressed him on, you know...
So when the clowns take you and parade you through the lands and hit you in the fucking face with the sledgehammer, it's all right. But Harry Churches comes along and tells Gideon, "Look, this is not cool." Then he realizes it wasn't cool.
That's what it seems like. And when we did get into a bit of a fight upstairs in the embassy, fisticuffs, because when I pressed him on the fact that nothing was done when it happened by anybody, including me in the group, nothing was done. He told me it was my responsibility to sort out. That was pretty much his exact words. I done nothing. It was down to me to sort out.
What was I don't understand. What was your responsibility to sort out?
Me getting taken up to Mokolevka by the clowns. That was me. That was my responsibility to do something about that or act upon it when Worm came down a few days later, as if nothing happened.
I don't understand.
I don't.
You are wearing this armband. I don't understand.
Yes, I'm the only thing I've got is that Gideon's not himself. That's the thing. You know, you've known Gideon a while. I've known him quite a while. And
well, Rusty, yeah, to be fairly honest with you, I thought I knew a lot of people in these lands, and it turns out I knew nothing about them.
Yeah. Well, it's
I think I know you, and you just could draw your shotgun and gun me down. You know, this is the danger of not only these lands. This is the danger of human nature. We are unpredictable.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is highly concerning, Rusty. So what
gets worse.
Going on now?
It gets worse.
Even worse.
Well, you heard about Jack gunning down 3 clowns.
Yeah, we overheard someone on the radio talking about the incident.
Well, I was there, and obviously we went there so they didn't take action over Gideon, you know, because they knew that he wouldn't normally do that. So we were saying, look, this isn't Gideon, you know, we were just asking that there's no like repercussions against us because of that, because he's not quite himself, which they agreed to after I won a game as well. But I think they would have agreed to it anyway. And then they done their usual thing about when they're fed up with humans being in Green Mountain, they tell you to go, and they start to, you know, oust you out as briskly as they can. Well, Jack took that as a threat and pulled his gun out and gunned down 3 clowns because they were threatening me. Ironically, he dropped his armband, which I've still got on me now, and said, "You'll find me with Harry Churches." So basically he went to join Harry Churches and they turned him down. So he's still wearing the Woodsman armband, which I find even more and Gideon's clearly content with that. Which,
hang on. So hang on. I heard the part that Jack wanted to join Harry Churches and his merry band of shooty goons. I heard that on the radio, and you telling me they turned him down.
Yeah. So he's come. I mean, he said. Well, we think they have, but he could be a plant because he dropped his armband, and in my mind, once you drop your armband willingly, you leave the group. I've still got it here. Look, I've still got it here because that was in my things. Because when the clowns woke up, I got gunned down by the clowns, and I don't blame them because, essentially the Woodsmen have now, tried to blow them up and gunned 3 of them down after we got let in there. That's the the crux of what's gone down.
You see, Rusty, I didn't agree what the clowns did to you, and I also never agreed to you being the person that takes all the brunt of everyone if it's about the Woodsman. What you doing with that radio?
No, I'm just sorry. It's not on. It's not on. I'm just shuffling stuff around. See what I can put in the tents.
You know what irks me the most, though. No one of the Woodsmen, as far as I am aware, ever did anything in retaliation for you being treated like a shitty bag, a punching bag, and now Harry Churches
has convinced them.
Harry fucking Churches comes along and convinces all the Woodsmen to finally take action. So, I don't know. This smells really fishy, Rusty. This is not right.
And when Jack came here the other day, because he saw the structure, and to make matters even more ironic, me and Monk, we were going to do a run to find some bits and pieces, and we bumped into Tina and Harry Churches himself, and they let us know that Gideon wants to speak to us, so we should go home.
I would say Harry Churches should go fuck himself.
Well, it seems, my big thing is, you're right, if something had been done that should have been done earlier, and part of me, or a big part of me, is glad that we didn't do anything to the clowns, because that's not what we do. We put up with a lot of stuff, but when I think
Rusty, you put up with a lot of stuff.
Well,
you put up with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but when Jack said that he had happily stand with Harry Churches against the psychotic clowns, my response was, what, and this is, as far as I can remember, the other day was the first time ever I've been coasted by a clown, ever, in a year and a half. Knowingly coasted. I've been coasted.
Like you didn't play many games at Green Mountain.
But just in general, for the type of group they are, and I won't say relationship, because I think there's a lot of tolerance more than friendship. If you're being realistic, and I try to say the group you want to align yourself with or join has gunned us down more times in the last 6 months than any of these bad groups have in my whole time here. And I just don't understand it. I don't understand it myself.
From what my memory serves me correct, Jack was always the first one to jump out the embassy and investigate if there were any shots taken at you from the mountains.
And he might have been up there for a while. He might have been up there for a while. They might have, I don't know, because they've done something to Gideon. This isn't Gideon. That I know.
That's an easy excuse, though, Rusty. It's not him himself. I can't imagine Harry Churches used some fucking CIA mind control bullshit on Gideon.
What I will say is,
from what I've seen,
it's easy to
Yeah,
judge
go
when
for
you
it.
weren't there. That's why I'm keeping an open mind until I know different, because we all like to think we would do the right thing in that circumstance, but we've not been in his shoes. I would like to think I would tell him where to go, but I don't know what hold they've got over him. I don't know what they've done to him.
Rusty, you are way too. I don't want to call it naive because I know you're not. You've been around long enough to know your shit, but I believe you are too. How do I put it? You're too forgiving. You are
No,
too
I'm realistic.
empathic.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm a
You are all the time, Rusty.
I am a big believer in everybody's perfect when they think what they would do in that situation until they're in that situation. So that's why I've got an open mind with Gideon until it's definite that he has, willingly turned to the dark side, as I call it. Because
But
ultimately,
Rusty, the Woodsmen are the one group in the lands that try to maintain their neutrality
hmm,
over years, if what I've
yep,
been told is true.
yep,
And Gideon is the leader, and Gideon always stood by this.
hmm,
And now he's getting captured by Harry fucking Churches. He suddenly changes his mind. Is
yeah.
that what it is?
Well, obviously
How,
Lucas. I
Rusty?
mean,
With everything that happened to you, to the embassy, to innocent people that visited the embassy and got shot at by Harry Churches or whatever. And now Gideon changes his mind over his whole, I don't know what to call it, his whole existence in these lands by spending some hours with fucking Harry Churches.
well, they do go back a long way as well. You know, um, so I don't. There must be some tie there, and Irish as well. But like I say, at the moment, I'm carrying on as normal here. I'm having nothing to do while they've got that mentality. But until I speak to Couch, because I think there's no point talking to Gideon because he'll speak to you quite normally, welcome you, and but he does a lot of this when he's talking. He can't sit still, and if you press him on anything, like I said to him, okay, then, so when these groups come past, what do you want us to do as leader? Well, no, I don't know. I need you to, clarify exactly what you're expecting us to do when they come past. Tell them to leave. Okay, they don't leave. What do we do? No, I don't know. I need you to clarify. And he said, well, shoot them. And if we'd
I'm
have,
sorry I'm
yeah,
laughing, but I
it is
just
ironic.
imagine FL pulling up asking for some fish and Gideon tells them to go away and starts shooting at them. You know what mayhem that will ensue in.
Yeah, yeah. And I do think that the Woodsmen wouldn't have lasted as long if they had have maintained that sort of mentality from the start. They'd have come and gone like so many other
No,
groups that
no, you would have been a faint memory by now if you acted like that. I strongly believe
banished,
that you
welcome
can
in, welcome
only
in.
hold where you are because of the way how you are. You're not judging. And you always maintained that position until now.
Mm.
Have you spoken to any other woodsmen since?
Dread and Monk, they're the only ones I've seen at the moment. Dread was with me and Jack when we knocked out Gideon and handcuffed him to try and get a bit of sense into him.
I don't know if you're talking, but I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Uh, Monk and Dread I've spoken to. Monk was with me when we had our argument upstairs and we tased and handcuffed Gideon because
Holy shit.
I punched him and it got heated. So we handcuffed him, tried to calm him down. That didn't work. Basically, what set it off is when he said to me, "It was my responsibility. I didn't do anything either. It was my responsibility to sort out the worm issue when he, and I'm thinking, well, that's that.
Hang on, you punched Gideon?
Yeah, because he shouted in my face saying, I didn't do anything either, you know. But hindsight, I'm glad we didn't. Hindsight, which is in this case is a fantastic thing. We didn't because things have moved on from that, and the issue that happened with them, they had the same treatment when the fireflies were downstairs. So it does go round 360 degrees. So the clowns were upstairs hiding when the fireflies came down through the embassy. So exactly what I'd done for the Legionnaires, I'd done for the clowns, which I said I would.
Yeah.
But I just, like you, I just want to know why now. And now Lucas, you've heard of Lucas's passing, haven't you? At the hands of BTG.
Yeah. I haven't had many interactions with Lucas, but I remember one key moment when the Reverend Riddle, bless him, old fool, and I made our way up to the Overlook one day, and we seen that they were attacked and all their shelters were taken down, and Lucas was there and asking us for help, and we helped him rebuild the Overlook, basically. And I know that he somehow got intertwined with Blackthorn, and it didn't end well for him. I won't shed a tear, though, because I barely knew the man. People die every day.
Well, I think that might have had an impact with Gideon as well, because he knew him, and I think it further cemented his current belief.
But God, Rusty, how long ago is that?
Well, we only.
You're not.
No,
I know you're just telling me what you know, but it's all not convincing as a valuable thing for Gideon to change his whole mind on his whole stance for his group that he was growing over the years, and he suddenly decided, no, that's not how we do things anymore, just because Harry Church just whispered in his ear.
I say I don't know what else they done. They might have done more than whispering. I don't know, and that's why I'm holding out hope that there's something we can do. I've not written Gideon off. Jack, on the other hand, is even more worrying currently, because someone who willingly gives up their armband. His story changed a little bit, because I remember before, as he ran off, he said, this. I can't remember the exact words, but basically, I'm going off to join the insurgency was the premise of what he said after he dropped his armband. So when we saw him the other day, he said he was defending me or sticking up for me, but that's a funny way of showing it, to drop your armband. And I said, why'd you drop your armband then? And, oh, well, they would have come and chased me down and seen me. Well, you should be, if that's something you believe in, you shouldn't be hiding like a little rat. You should be, stick up for your principles. But as I say,
Woodsman when I know a Woodsman when I see one armband or not. So that's not really an argument. And also sticking up for you. So what happened exactly? I know that Sam was there also. It was you, Sam, and
Jack
and him, and he gunned down the clowns and left you alive. Is that what happened?
Me and Sam alive, yeah.
What a great service, gunning down some clowns while you're standing next to them. He really showed them, and he really stood up for you. This is ridiculous.
Well, I got shot as soon as the clowns woke up anyway, so it didn't really do any good.
I'm not surprised.
I don't blame him either.
This is a mess, Rusty.
It is. It is a big mess.
Are you planning on trying to talk to Gideon again, or
not at the moment? No.
What is your plan?
I'm going to carry on down here for a bit. I'm not. Any other woodsman that wake up, they can speak to him. They can make their own mind up. If you were to speak to him and not know anything, you would think he was quite normal. until you press him on certain things.
I never thought Gideon was normal.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Walking around at night around the embassy with a fucking torch in his hand, waiting to be shot. That's not normal.
No, the apocalypse can do funny things to you.
Apparently so.
But
Well, this is all very disturbing developments.
it is. It is. Somebody stole our camnet as well, the little buggers. But we're not going to keep anything here. This is just going to be somewhere that, I'm going to put stuff in the shelters. I'm not going to, what's the word I'm looking for? Filter who takes what. They can come here and get what they want. Like we used to do. I'm not going to be choosy. And the same thing stands. If they shoot at us, we'll shoot back.
Yeah. That's how you did it all the time.
Yeah, and that's why I joined the Woodsmen. And yeah, like I say, I'm not really sure what's happened. But I was quite surprised to see Jack back in an armband as if nothing happened. So, and to make matters even worse, I went up north to Kamensk, Stary Yar, the host. No, I'm good. Cheers, thank you. I've got stuff in here, and letting them know that Jack had left to join the insurgency. It wasn't the Woodsman that gunned down Clowns because he dropped his armband before. Gideon's not himself, but he did throw a grenade in. And then I come back down here to find out Jack's running around with an armband. So it makes me look a liar to all those three groups that I went up to try and, take it from the source rather than rumours. And it looks like I've lied to them all. Because
so, is Jack believing he's still a Woodsman? And
I think he is. No, he's spoken to Gideon.
He's
spoken to Gideon. It's all fine, apparently. Which I find even more disturbing,
Yeah, apparently shooting clowns is right up Gideon's alley now.
Well, like I say, it's I'm just thinking of carrying on as I can, and I mean, if I get kicked out of the Woodsman, I'm certainly not leaving. But if I get kicked out of the Woodsman, or when Couch is around or some of the other Woodsmen, if that's the way the group's going, then I'll leave. It's as simple as that. You always have choices here. You either put up or shut up, and if I'm not content, I'll go. With how things develop, because and it's a heavy decision, but if I wanted to be a different style, I would have joined a different style.
No, I understand, but Rusty, the land is big enough.
Hello?
It's Monk.
Oh, hello, Monk. Yeah, somebody's stolen our camnet already.
Hello, Monk.
Wes is
Hey,
here.
Wes. Good to see you.
Same. Yeah, Rusty just filled me in on all the happenings. This is very disturbing, to say the least.
At the very least, yeah. I ran into Jack yesterday, and he tried to tell me his side of the story, which is not much of a side, if you ask me. He's, like the main thing I kept bringing up was, why did you drop your armband, and why did you say you were going to join Harry churches? And he confirmed that he did try to, and they directed him to come back to Gideon because Gideon and them were all on the same page, so he might as well just continue to be a. So, yeah. So I told him, I said, listen, I don't hate you. You're not my enemy, and I care about what happens to you. But I can't abide that. I just
No.
I'm not interested in joining the group that's done nothing but terrorize us for the past however many months and send us all back to the coast multiple times. And
It's not only
terrorize us.
that, it just feels like a complete 180 on what the Woodsmen always stood for.
Absolutely. And I thoroughly believe that there's something more behind all of it, not just Gideon, but Harry Churches and something much deeper. I don't think this is just ideology.
Well, Monk, take this. Might serve you better
Oh,
on
thank you.
than what you have on your gun right now. You might need it. You never know around here at the moment. This is very disturbing.
Would you like this? Would it help you? Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, but I've got a scope on my rifle.
Yeah, so it was a circular conversation. He kept trying to justify his actions. He said, "Oh, I had to take my armband off because I didn't want to get caught, because I knew word would get out, blah blah blah." Yada yada yada.
Well, from what Rusty just told me, I have a
did you say
feeling.
you were going to run Harry Churches?
Yeah, I have a feeling that Jack thought that Harry Churches welcomes him with open arms, but apparently that was not the case.
Yeah, it seems like they've suspected it was a trap, and rightly so. I mean, I would probably want to feel the same way if I were them. Some woodsman, up and decides out of the blue to become a part of their group. I would be pretty suspicious about that.
What, like Gideon?
Yeah, well, I think there's a different story there. I think they showed him something that he cannot see. That's my opinion. I have nothing to base it on other than just everything's circumstantial. It's just the way Harry Churches talks about suffering and in the way they're attacking groups.
He
groups
knows
like what.
He knows a lot about suffering, judging by all the suffering he caused.
Well, exactly, but I mean, he wants to, attack all of the groups that help people
No, because
out,
we know he said he was leaving.
All the community groups.
That wasn't the case. They were going,
From what I've heard, there's other.
He just needs to get his story straight on what he thinks he's done.
So it just makes me wonder.
Well, this is very difficult.
I just don't know how we could ever dig any further into that.
No. Give me a minute. I might just be in my head thinking about it for a minute.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we bumped into Jack here. With me and Dredd bumped into him here the other day. Not yesterday, the day before. Similar sort of thing.
Yeah,
I think he's just confused himself, because I was pressing him the fact that he dropped his armband and what he said.
Well, I told him don't bullshit a bullshitter, because I said you've had time to think about how you want to spin this, and now you're coming up with this story that you've always you wanted to be a woodsman anyway, blah blah blah, but you were under duress, yada yada. I do think what happened was spontaneous, based on everything I put together, from what he said and what Harry and Tino were saying. I think he spontaneously decided to do that, but I think there's some machinations going on in his head about the insurgency that he wasn't talking about.
Well, I'm more concerned that he's still wearing an armband and Gideon's content that he's just gunned down 3 clowns. That's the main thing I'm concerned about. Is that?
Well, it's just that Gideon is they're in allegiance. I mean, I think they're literally like Yeah, he's
You know what the problem is. Gideon will crumble really quickly if word gets around, and the groups that came by the embassy that are deemed like the bad groups by Mr. Harry Churches, they will not take kindly to Gideon's new direction. Gideon will crumble quicker than you can say apple crumble.
Apple crumble. But
Abercrombie.
yeah, but you know, we all know what those groups are like. It's not a surprise. It's not a shock. You know, it's not like we're doubting that they're the types of group they are, but it's always been fine for the last 2 or 3 years. You know, in what way, you know, and now, you know, it's changed now. Whether it's a build-up and he snapped, but that's my concern. That Jack
He snapped, Rusty. Really? He
could
snapped.
Yeah.
Now that fucking Harry Churches talked to him. Not when everything that happened to you. That's not when he snapped. That's when he should have snapped. Fucking coward.
No, he snapped when Harry Churches introduced him to his overlords, who told him that they would send us all into the void if he didn't do what they said. That's what I think happened.
You think the cult is involved?
100%. But I have no way to prove it.
Interesting.
It's not Gideon. It's not Gideon. It's
Rusty. I told Rusty. That's an easy way out, saying he's not himself.
He's not himself.
He's a grown-up man, for God's sake.
No.
He's seen shit. He's been around long enough. He's seen all the shit that happened to Rusty, and he didn't fucking flinch.
But he's never
just accepted it because he's a fucking coward.
Well, that may be, but I think something more is at play, and I don't think I think Gideon's not telling us the truth. Protect us, but that's maybe that's wishful thinking. But
that's a good way of thinking, though.
I can't picture a world where he thinks he's protecting us from some greater evil, and that's a possibility. I mean, obviously, like I said, I can't prove that, but
well, should he not talk to you about it then? You are his people.
Well, if he was told that he can't, and that they're watching, and blah blah blah, and he knows how well Harry and his crew are watching. They know what we say. They know where we go. They're always around. They're like roaches. They're everywhere. I mean, just the other day we ran into them, and I had no idea they were around. And they came out of the mist basically, and were just right in front of us. It's upsetting. Yeah. I mean, you can't, like I said to Rusty and I were talking, you can't be just, hyper vigilant 100% of the time. Just, you're gonna let your guard down, and they're waiting for that moment. They know where we are before we know where they are, and that's just they always have the advantage.
Have you spoken to Mufasa about all this, Rusty?
Don't think so. I don't think so. No, I don't think I've seen him since I got shot by the clowns.
I see.
I spoke to Sam. We were up there. Sam was up there. She
Sam,
gathered my things. Oh, infected right side. I think they're aggro. Are we all on quiet voices up here?
Mm-hmm.
I am.
Those other doors still locked.
No.
I think we're good. There's nothing to be seen.
Yeah, so we'll carry on. Be interested to see who stole our camnet.
Is there anything you need? I have a couple extra bandages if that'll help you.
I would take 1 or 2 if you can spare them.
For sure. I'll put them right here.
Thank you, monk.
Oh, here. Take one of these too.
Oh, very good. Thank you. You know, in all of the southern parts of these lands, the woodsmen were always the one constant. It was never changing. You could bet your fucking ass you can go down there no matter what. And this is now lost.
Seems
Apart
to
from
be.
all the personal drama and all the hardship that puts on you guys, this is a real big impact on everything.
Yeah, I think it's going to be ripples across the land.
I'm tempted to go to the fucking embassy and fucking punch some sense into Gideon.
The thing is,
I'll probably get shot by Harry Churches and his goons before I get there.
well, the thing is, he'll probably
Yeah,
be okay with
Jack.
you. He'll probably be okay with you. You know, he went.
Oh, that's not the issue, Rusty. I'm not okay with him.
Yeah, but again, if you know, do what you feel's right. I mean, I'm trying not to sway anybody with my personal views.
No, Rusty. Ultimately, I don't have a horse in this race. It's just sad to see, you know. I known you for a long time, Rusty, and I appreciate that after all what happened, we still can talk together as friends, and the same goes for you, Monk. But what happens there is just so foul. It. I don't even find the right words for it.
Hmm.
The woodsman always represented some little bit of order in all the chaos, and now it's all gone, so it's definitely hard to see what the future's gonna look like down here on the coast without it. But it does feel like the end to something.
I would really love to hear what Couch thinks about all this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, for me, you know, that's the deciding factor on what he seems to be content with. If he sees nothing wrong with the actions,
I can't imagine he sticks to what Gideon thinks is right.
Until I speak to him, I don't know. I've stopped guessing and what I think. It's what the individual thinks is the important thing. Because, you know, we can hope, we can say, but...
Oh, thank you. Oops, sorry.
Don't touch my feet. Oh man.
Who's to say they haven't got to Couch too?
What is
certainly possible?
Well, I don't know anymore. What is your immediate plan? What are you going to do today?
I'm going to look for some wire, look for some nails.
My own muscle's not working.
You need to just
put it on the floor.
Yeah,
it's fine. Well, Rusty, if you don't mind, since I'm already down here, I might just hang around with you people for a while.
Yeah, like I say, we can
welcome.
Pretty much guarantee I'm bumping into the insurgents, but they're not shooting at us now.
Oh, that would be an interesting conversation to be had.
Yeah, well, you know, Yeah, we'll just see. We'll just see what goes on. So I'm just looking for some wire, just some basic building stuff. Try and get a stone oven for people to use.
Do you already have some nails, or do you need?
Now we'll go. We're not going over the top here. This is just something to be able to lock basic, but nothing. Not storing guns and ammo up here.
No, I understand that, but judging from the structures you build up there, you want to nail some stuff down, right?
Well, the main thing is to just when we get some wire, and is just to put a gate across there to stop people, getting up there, and at least we're safe up if people are here. This can evolve. This can evolve, but it's just interesting. There's no storage upstairs. You see, there's no storage really. You can get one shelter up, and the rest is.
So you said you talked to Jack after all this, and Jack's seen that you put up something here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so Gideon knows also. I wonder what he's gonna do about it. Probably nothing, the coward that he is.
Well, the thing is, I'm still a woodsman at the moment, but he could kick me out. That's always a possibility. I've got no issue.
Rusty, the problem is, if now clowns, FL, BTG, whoever, damn for fuck's sake, comes to the embassy and Gideon stays true to his word, which I kind of doubt because, again, I think he's a coward, and he shoots at them. If any member of these groups see you running around as a woodsman, they will shoot you.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting for a visit from the clowns. Jackal is waiting to... He's always a bit spicy with me, and I mean, we've just proved him right.
Harry Churches would have us think that, he's helping the woodsman now, but all he's done is brought chaos down on us. It's all the groups we've been avoiding conflict with over the years are now going to be open season on woodsmen.
Harry Churches seems to have the funny idea that he'd rather go to some community camps and turn them to his side rather than fighting the true evil that he's always preaching about.
Right. The amount of energy they spent shooting at us when they could have been going after their supposed true targets.
Well, not to belittle you, but the actual targets might be harder to kill.
Oh, definitely. Absolutely. That's the root of it.
Well, they're out and about. I think they've been up. I'm not sure how far they've been to, but I think they've visited quite a few groups, to be honest. Not necessarily shooting, but talking. I think we'd be surprised how many groups have had conversations with them.
Oh, I'm not surprised in the slightest, Rusty. The easy thing to do.
All despots are cowards, though. They're gonna go after the weakest. That's what they do.
Of course. Well, gentlemen, shall we head out and look for some supplies for you? Find you
maybe. What do you think of check for the train? Maybe find a barrel.
I mean, depends on you if you want to go past the embassy.
Not that we could lock it up.
Just putting stuff I don't need in here. For anybody to take.
You hear that?
I just threw a heat pack away. I don't know if that's what you heard.
I heard footsteps.
Yeah, someone's gone running down.
There's someone this
Okay.
way. In this
Yeah, they
way.
might have just ran past us.
Yeah, they're down the road. They're down
Who
the
is
road.
it, Rusty? You
Can't-
know who it is?
Couldn't tell. It looked like they got a mime mask on.
Oh, maybe it's mime.
No, I bumped into mime the other day. They live up
Oh,
north of the host.
you mean they live there? It's part of the clowns, isn't he or she or
No.
it?
No, left them.
What the hell is going on? Everything falls apart, it seems.
Yeah, everything's falling apart. Yeah, I'm.
Do the Fireflies know about all these developments?
I'm not sure. I'm almost fed up with trying to explain stuff to people.
I never thought you would get fed up talking to people ever, Rusty. Oh, okay. Shall we go to Hilitary and find you and your camo net?
Well, again, it's something that well, like I say, I think everybody's free to make their own decisions about what they want to do. And I say at the moment, like I say, and I keep saying it, Gideon's not himself, or perhaps he is. Perhaps he is, and then there's that difficult decision to make.
No camo nets, unfortunately.
Nah, like I say, it's
Some wool gloves if anybody wants them. They need to be repaired.
I'm good.
no, we're good, thank you.
No police vehicles.
Nope.
What are the Legionnaires up to these days?
They were getting shot at about a week or so ago. I haven't really bumped into them, to be honest.
I wonder what they think about Harry Churches and his vigilante group.
Well, I think if you go after the groups they aren't fond of, you're in the good books initially. You know, which they are, I think, currently against BTG, the Clowns, Helping Hands.
They were
possibly.
they were always against those groups. That's nothing new.
But like every group,
I myself got shot in the back for being up there with Helping Hands
yeah.
by Legionnaires.
But what a lot of groups, not necessarily them, but what a lot of groups fail to mention is that they come to terms with those groups from time to time when it suits as well. So in one breath they're shooting at them, and in another breath they're doing deals.
Whatever suits them best. What you thinking? Shall we check cars in Cherno for some nails, maybe?
There's a good.
Not a bad thought.
I had some good luck with that in the past. Not that I care about nails currently, but I think you could do some. It's also good we stay away from this tree line up the hills where probably Mr. Churches and his goons are wanking off each other.
Wow. Where do I join?
You are perfect.
Jack must have heard about that too.
Jacking off now. Excuse the foul language, but I have a huge dislike.
Yeah, so if you find any wire, that would be great.
Don't you worry, Rusty. Every little building supply I will give to you.
And the thing about, yes, all those groups get up to no good. They hold people up, they shoot people, but you do have to. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I'm on the radio train. We're checking on the hour so that Dread's out there, we can reconnect.
Yeah. What you want to do? You want to follow this road, or do you want to go to the left?
There's a police thing down here potentially
Yeah,
under the bridge.
under the bridge. Careful, he's on you.
One 1025, 1025. Dread, are you out there? Oh yeah, I just checked about a minute ago. Yeah, we're well, we're with Wes. I will. Let me chat. Just keep the radio on. Rusty.
Yeah.
Just talked to Dread. Couch is at the embassy.
Oh,
Shall we return?
I think so, yeah.
I think we should. I don't think we'll get another chance.
No.
Well, no haste then.
Oh, this is make or break time.
Dread, you there? We're on our way.
Make or break.
We'll be there in less than 10. Should be interesting.
Monk, do you want the stab vest? I think there is a police infected with one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if you use your fists, you don't damage what they're wearing. If you use a knife, it transfers, unfortunately. So you sometimes see people take their gloves off if they don't want to ruin their gloves, and they'll punch somebody out because they don't seem to do the damage. Speak to boss number 2.
she looks comfortable.
Rigor
Fantastic.
mortis sets in fast.
Yeah, fantastic core strength there.
Yeah.
I think the youth called it planking back in the day.
Yeah, I used to plank quite a lot. Most nights. Yeah, just hope a decision's made either way.
Yeah.
To me, it's quite clear cut. Either this is the way we're going or it's not. There's no in between for me.
I agree. I can't align myself with those sons of bitches.
Like I say, unless there's something
Too
going
much
on
damage done.
we don't know about.
Well, then they need to fucking tell us. Excuse my French.
That wasn't French.
This is where I expect those little black rats to be scurrying around. But apparently they want us to come back to the fold, so they probably won't be shooting at us.
Yeah, because they want strength in numbers, don't they? As in other groups.
Yeah, they want more little lapdogs.
Oh, plank, you said.
It
I
is
was thinking something
somewhat
else.
encouraging to see that at least you two stay true to your cause and don't take the bullshit that Harry Church spews.
Well, I just think it's being free.
Literally the reason I joined the Woodsmen.
Yeah.
I just think it's being free to survive how you choose. Because
Oh
you know,
yeah, but then you have the people that just submit to peer pressure. Look at young Jack.
Yeah. He is young, and I think that has a lot to do with it.
Shall we go a bit more to the right? I don't trust this goddamn tree line.
Yeah, yeah. My kingdom for a fishing pole. Maybe we'll spot one.
Yeah.
was it not? Again, I could be wrong. But was it not fornicate under command of the king to bolster numbers for armies and stuff? You know, as in have children. I could be wrong, but I heard that somewhere that is where the actual one of the meanings come from. I could be wrong. Like a lot of things, you hear one version and there's probably 10 different versions. We got people running down from the ship. There's people running down from the ship. There's
Any ID?
No, I just saw them running down.
Hang on.
Let me.
One is wearing a cowboy hat. The other one is wearing a flat cap.
Got the gun
wearing
out?
Light attire, not black.
Got his gun out. One with the flat cap's got his gun out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't see any armbands.
Kalashnikov.
No ice.
They're gone behind the containers. So far side of the containers. They'll probably be like where those trees are behind the glass factory. Behind the
Yeah.
GG. Welcome in. Yeah. Like I say, I could be wrong. There's so many like possible. They're probably up by the embassy now.
I would think so.
Hmm.
Wow. Sounds like we've got allies after all.
Hmm.
Hello, hello.
Did you say Couch was supposed to be here?
Yeah, according to Dread, let me get back on the radio.
I don't like this.
There. So you, Couch?
Are you coming up?
Oh yeah, I didn't know that was you. I was talking.
I don't like this.
No. Yeah, Pop. Wes?
Rusty,
Wes?
he's there. I don't know where those shots were.
They're in the houses over there, I think.
By the well?
Possibly. Be careful.
Couch, you there?
It might have even been the gas station. Oh, was that another shot? Was that another shot?
Oh,
Heard
sorry. I
something.
think that was accidental by
Oh.
me. Oh, this is strange. I was expecting couch.
Hmm.
Yeah, same.
I don't know if it's wise to stay here, to be honest.
No.
Does anyone have access to upstairs?
I don't know if they've changed it. I'm not trying. But there was those two guys that came past, weren't there?
Yeah. Cowboy hat and a flat cap.
Yeah, the one with the flat
That
cap.
sound like anybody?
Not that I know of. They've probably come down on a boat, or they've used a fishing spot, I would guess.
It's odd that
didn't have
Fred's
any-
not here.
You didn't have any luck on the radio, Mark?
No, let me try again.
Say, sounds like bait shots to me.
Absolutely. Be careful.
But you think it's Ouch trying to tell you where to go? I mean, it's a gamble.
Well, they sounded like they
Understand what you meant.
sounded like they were that way. Now they're over there.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely
There's
this
another
way.
shot further away. Let me go on to the roof.
You can't.
I'll play the bait.
Yeah, you
Oh, you
can't.
Very
can't.
baity.
It's annoying.
There is infected in the industrial, so I think we're past them, whoever it was.
I didn't hear any dogs.
No.
At least this part feels familiar.
Yeah.
I swapped my guns.
Still infected in that industrial over the road, so they're in the industrial, I would say. Is that on GTA, is it? Or was that on here? GTA. Yeah, so I've never done the RP bit or the online one. Well, I tell a lie. I tried it once and then didn't really know what was going on because it was just mayhem, absolute mayhem.
Hello?
Red, where you at?
Dread, where are you?
We're here. Where are you? Oh, fuck me, it's you guys.
Yeah, it's us.
Jack,
I thought
Jack,
you were gonna
we
come
found
and
Dread.
couch at the new
I
location.
think the other two
I don't know.
fucked off, so.
I just followed the other two.
Alright.
Fucking hell. I think we need to get out of here though, and I'll tell you why once we get back to the other
Yeah,
place we need to go
the
right
whole
now.
thing smelled fishy. Let's get out of here.
Glass factory. Monk, are you coming? Monk. Monk, are you coming?
Where you at?
We're outside, we're going to the other place. I think it's quite important that we move now. I'm behind you. I'm not sure why, but they came to see us. Oh, what's going to happen now?
Watch, you hear that?
Yeah, yeah.
Holy shit. Hello. It's clear.
Just waiting for Monk.
So we've been waiting here for you to get back. And
Right.
then I was on the radio trying to get a hold of you, and
I kept checking in.
Are we all on quiet voices?
Jack came on the Jack came on the radio and was saying, well, there's some guys running around the embassy. He's not at the embassy, but he's got a good view of the embassy.
Is he with
I
his
said,
new
"Fuck if
friends,
that
is he?
You guys.
Is he with his new
Well, I
friends
Don't know,
over
that's
watching?
why he's got a view. Well, he had a view, so that's why I'm thinking, fuck if it is them, I need to go get them. Those shots that you heard was me trying to get you on the radio. I couldn't.
Oh, okay.
I told you.
Were you the
Yeah.
cowboy hat we saw on the by the fishing spot?
No. cowboy.
Okay, there were two people, flat hat, cowboy hat, guns out, coming down from the pier, and we kind of eyeballed them.
We've literally been here the whole time.
Okay, we saw them head into the direction of the embassy.
He has to go to sleep, so I was like, "Where the fuck are they?"
Yeah. But yeah, I talked to Jack on the radio too just now. He said there were two people scoping the embassy.
Yeah, so obviously he has eyes on the embassy, so that's why I came over thinking it could be you guys.
So talking? I can't hear you.
Jack?
Oh, there you are.
So, okay. So where's Jack? I'm so confused. Okay, let me just, the last that I knew about, just so you know, I knew Gideon got kidnapped. I knew what happened with the clowns, how Gideon had to throw the grenade over. I knew that the shit went down at the embassy between everyone, and then that's all I know. I don't know anything beyond that point. I have no clue what's going on. Other
Fucking
than
hell,
obviously
Coach, I know more than
you're
you.
all here. Yeah. Obviously, then y'all are all here, and Gideon and Jack are not. So.
Right, I'll just cut to the chase on that. So we went up to the clowns to try and reason with them about not coming to exact vengeance on Gideon, because as far as I'm aware, Gideon isn't Gideon that we know. I don't know what's happened to him. I don't know what's done. And while we were up there, you know what clowns are like. Clowns be clowning. You know, they're not going to change their.
Especially when you go to their, you go to their territory. They're extra clowny.
After a woodsman has threw a grenade in there as well. When the discussion, I won a game, and they agreed to not take any further action on Gideon. And then they said, right, it's time you all think about leaving. You know, they get their guns out and they usher you out to the door, sort of thing. With that, Jack took his gun out, blasted 3 clowns. Jackal, Mango, and Worm. Well, he dropped his armband first before he'd done it. And as he ran away, because he left me and Sam alive, he said, you can find me with Harry Churches. So as far as I took that, he went to join the insurgency. Worm woke up, and I was sorting out gear so it didn't disappear. And then another clown woke up and coasted me, which I fully understand.
For sure, yeah.
And then, so what I can't understand is, why is Jack still wearing an armband when he dropped it? Now, he came up with I've got it here. So this is his armband that he dropped before gunning down the clowns. He said he was doing it to defend me, but then how is defending me saying I'm now joining the insurgency? And I was surprised to see him the other day with an armband on as if nothing's happened. I really don't know what's going on. That was not a woodsman response.
No, not at all. Do you? I mean, for him to do that and say you can find me with Harry almost makes me feel like he's had contact with Harry regarding something like this prior. Like, he's just assuming Harry will take him in, or
yes, because they turned him away.
There's a lot of questions.
They turned him away and said you need to go back to the woodsman. You're better placed to say what happened.
Yeah, so I don't think he was turned away as such. I think
he was sent back.
Sent back. Yeah, as in you don't need to join us because you're already part of us type of conversation.
And that sends a message very
Jack
clearly.
Yesterday, and he confirmed that Gideon and Jack are in alliance with Harry Churches at this point. That's all I know. And so they basically told him, you might as well go back to the Woodsmen. We're all on the same page, more or less, in so many words. They first thought it was a trap.
I mean, it doesn't sound like anything other than a trap. I mean, you're not. I don't see how you can call yourself a woodsman and fight alongside the likes of Harry Churches. Now, I definitely agree that we should do things a little different. Like, we need to kind of demand a little bit more respect, stick up for ourselves a little bit more, but. Those are easy things we can modify and adapt to moving forward. But to to skip all of that and immediately get in bed with the enemy seems like a drastic leap. Like you missed about 14 steps between the two. So I don't think Gideon's of the right mindset. Jack, I think maybe is just getting caught up. You know, Jack's the young buck. He's very ambitious and wants to reinvent the wheel, and I completely love him for that. Like I've lost all that, you know, passion through the callousness of being a woodsman over the years. So it's good. Like we need that energy, but I think right now it's misguided because he's following Gideon. And I told Dredd I have not spoken to Gideon until I can look Gideon in the eyes and have a conversation. I don't know where he stands. I don't know where we stand, but I can tell you where I stand as a woodsman, and it's where I stood before I was a woodsman. Like there's certain lines you don't cross, and there's certain things that just go so much against the core values of being a woodsman that everything here seems completely upside down. I'm hoping that it's some sort of brainwashing, because that would at least answer a lot of questions and make a little bit more sense.
Can't tell you how good that is to hear, Couch. Honest to God.
Well, you know what? The silver lining, and not to change the subject, but what honestly is really good to see is everybody still wanting to claim and hang on to that woodsman legacy, even though they may be misguided, and you know what they're doing they think is right. So we just need to correct that thought process. But the fact that both sides want to hang on to the armband and want to hang on to the woodsman name tells me that there's hope for the woodsman as a whole. We just need to get a couple of people back on track, and I think it's on both sides. Like we need to be Woodsman 2.0. We need to have a little bit of a different business model. You know, if someone doesn't respect us, we need to put our foot down. If someone demands shit from us, we just tell them no. I mean, look, if you want to waste your explosives and your bullets to break down our wooden walls and steal our bullshit loot from our fucking shelters, then have fun. Like, it's not going to stop. You've said it a million times. You're not going to stop the woodsman. You're only slowing us down. And I don't mind those kind of slowdowns. Like, that's what we've dealt with from day one. But to take up arms with my enemy that's a whole different animal. And I don't think Gideon has that in him in a sound state of mind. So
no,
something's not right. Something's amiss.
I told Jack when I talked to him, I said, "You're not my enemy, and I care about what happens to you. So I hope we can get back to wherever it was we were." And
mistakes can be made. I mean,
but as far as aligning ourselves with Harry Churches, that's absolutely outside the
because we'd have zero credibility. You know, who's going to believe you if all of a sudden you're showing up at their doorstep with the very people that you came to ask for help because they're attacking us? Like it just goes against the grain of what we stand for. Now, I'm not saying that there couldn't be a future where we can coexist with Harry and the insurgents, but that's totally different than going from woodsman to standing side by side, armed, going into battle with them based on their rules. You know,
I mean,
I think
if they show up at our door, we'll give them fish. If they're not shooting us every chance they get, and they agree not to do that, then we can treat them like we treat everybody else.
To do that again, I think we are forgetting the fact that they've plagued us for 6 months or more.
Yeah,
terrorized us.
That's one
terrorized
of my big
us.
reasons
So I'm not dealing with them at all.
Yeah.
So you can come to an agreement
100%.
with the group, but I am not dealing with them because I said it to Jack when he said if push came to shove, he would align himself with Harry Churches instead of the chaotic clowns. And my question to him was, how many times have the clowns coasted you when you've not played a game?
And of those times, yeah, exactly. Of those times, how many were malicious and how many were, you know, just mischievous? It's very different. But, you know, the other issue is Gideon's always looked up to Harry in a certain kind of way. You know, Harry is the reason we started the Woodsmen. He really pushed us to start our own group early on, and we were kind of on the brink of doing it anyway, and he just gave us that little push over the edge. I mean, there was a time when Harry was the pinnacle of hope and rehabilitation. I think it's all a cycle, and Harry's coming to the tail end of his cycle, and he's lost that passion and he's lost that hope, and I'm hoping Gideon's not getting on the end of his cycle as well. You know, maybe we can bring him back. I don't know, but it's definitely, it's not going to be an easy task. That's for sure. I think if we can get Gideon, I think Jack will follow suit.
My question.
When I say coexist, I don't mean like feeding them and hanging out with them. I mean, if we go to an event, just like with Dam and Blackthorn, you know, we should be able to all occupy the same space without having to draw our weapons and kill each other.
Yeah.
So that's the ultimate goal.
My question is, we've got somebody who willingly left the Woodsmen to join the insurgents and is now still wearing an armband. I thought once you left, that was
how do
it.
we trust him?
Yeah,
as if nothing's
and
happened.
Again,
as if nothing's happened.
Yeah, and that's I don't. Jack's a whole separate. I was telling Dredd, there's like so many things going on here, but they're all their own individual issue. I think Gideon is one issue. Gideon was kidnapped, so a brainwashing or something, foul play could actually be the case. It could be something logical and we can understand it. Jack's different, but again, I think Jack is, you know, the renegade, and he is incredibly passionate, and he takes things very personally, and I can understand why maybe temper's got the best of him. The throwing down the armband and running out, I don't know. I need to look them in the eye and have the conversation.
He'll probably tell you like he did
unanswered.
to us. He'll probably change his story slightly to make it sound. Because Dredd was here, me and Dredd were in here when he was saying he'd done it to defend me, but defending me is one thing.
He did. Yeah. He did, in fact, run to Harry Church's. There's no debating that. So and he knew where to find them. Like, exactly. So
it might go a little deeper than
he wasn't expecting Tino to drop minutes on the radio when I was eavesdropping.
I think the key is Gideon. We've got to see what's going on with him. If there is any chance of a rehabilitation, is this real? Is this fake, fabricated? Nothing about. I mean, I was telling Dredd, Gideon and I have always kind of walked the edge of, you know, that fine line of going to the dark side. It's hard doing what we do, and it is a cycle, and we've done it for years, and the abuse and the manipulation and the lies, they do get to you. And normally when I was feeling dark, I could lean on Gideon and vice versa, and I just haven't been around. Like maybe I wasn't there and he needed that conversation and it didn't happen and he snapped, or maybe there's something more to it, and there is a brainwashing at play. But I need to get them one-on-one. I don't even want to talk to them at the same time, because again, I think they're separate issues. Gideon's going to be my first priority.
Well, you know, Gideon was saying things like, yes, Blackthorn have took advantage, because they have, but we've never done anything about it, so why now? You know, and
it's not so much, I don't know, maybe he's gone so full-blown the polar opposite direction, but I'm just talking more about, like, I'm all good for giving whoever fish, right? And when groups come up and want to demand something, I'm just done with that. I don't care who it is, FL, clowns, damn, it doesn't matter. Like, you can demand all you want. My answer's no. I'll give you a piece of fish and you can fuck off. Like, that's kind of all. We're simple. We're simple fishermen. We're here with a mission, and there's a lot of things that are getting us sidetracked.
So his reasoning now is... The reality
of being...
They're not welcome. His reasoning now is none of them are welcome here. That's what he said to us when we got into the bit of an argument upstairs, is that he doesn't want any of the groups, FL coming through. And if they do, we ask them to leave. If we don't, we ask them again. And if they refuse, we shoot them. That was essentially the escalation. Yeah. Now,
I have to get in my head. I'm sorry, guys.
Just be careful of that window.
You know, like when was the last time Dam was ever an issue? When was the last time they were even down here causing problems? The second we say they're not allowed, guess who's showing up?
Mhm.
Right? As soon as you tell them they're not allowed, they're going to be beating the door down at the embassy demanding all kinds of stuff just to push that boundary. I see what he's saying, but like you said, it's never been our tactic. That's just never been what we do. I think somewhere in the middle, there is a compromise. I don't want to let people walk all over us. That's why I shot Worm in the back the other day. Like
Yep.
I'm tired of that. At Lollipop Mountain, totally different. Totally different. You're when you go there, you leave certain items behind knowing that mischief is afoot and something could go down. You may wake up on the coast. So that is to be expected. But for them to come to our territory and disrespect us, I do draw the line there. Like there has to be an understanding. The problem is they're clowns. Like, how can you even reason with the clown? Probably not. Can you
No.
trust a clown? Probably not. But they're clowns, right? It's so I don't have a problem with that. They're staying true to who they are. These other groups, I mean, if Blackthorn and FL and Dam wanted to come down and harass us, then I could see cutting them off at that point. If there's a group actively attacking us or something, then yeah, we're not going to give them fish. That's, we're almost kind of at war with you, if you will. But other than that, we've got to stick to what got us here. Like, as neutral as you can be in these lands, neutrality is not a real thing anymore. Like, it's not. We call ourselves neutral because we maintain whatever neutrality still exists in a post-apocalyptic world. Right? I mean, you can only be so neutral. There's too many people that are going to abuse you and take advantage of it. You are going to be forced to occasionally pick a side, just like when y'all brought the Legionnaires up into the base. It was the right thing to do. Are you being neutral? Absolutely not. But was it the right thing to do? 100%. And if you don't have that flexibility, if you're so rigid that you're saying it's an all or nothing, then we're never going to survive. But it should be so far and few between that it's these little tiny instances that hardly ever happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've done the same for Worm when the Fireflies came down, ironically.
Exactly. It's all about what's best for the community as a whole, and the last thing we want is a bloodbath at the embassy, because then word gets out and people start seeking this as a safe haven, and that's what we want it to be. So yeah, it's a gray area. There's a lot of lines in the sand. Things kind of ebb and flow a lot. I feel like we stay woodsmen. We obviously don't go to battle with our enemies.
Well, the clowns are probably
don't proactively attack our enemies.
Which we have done. So we've blown up the clowns and we've shot 3 of them as woodsmen. Because I went up north, explaining that Gideon's not himself. And Jack's gone to the insurgency, and now Jack's running around with an armband on. So as it stands right now, the woodsmen have tried to blow up the clowns, that the clowns weren't going to take any action over, and then Jack gunned down 3 of them.
Yeah. And that's a thing. That's a thing. But it's kind of, at this point, it can't be changed. There's nothing we can do about it. This is, Jack's actions as a woodsman. We just have to take the brunt of the blow, and that's okay. If the clowns want to come and get shooty with us or try to break in, they're clowns. Talking to them and try to reason with them is not on the table because they're clowns. Going to Lollipop Mountain and doing anything is a dumb idea because they're clowns. So it's almost like we just need to sit back and let them do what they're going to do, and just kind of be prepared for a few different options and be cautious when we come and go. And definitely, if you see them out in the wild, don't assume that they're not going to kill you.
Well, Jackal will have it in for me. He's got it in for me because he was one of the ones that were there. So I'm probably expecting, a bullet from him.
Yeah. Yep. And I will say, if a group shows up at the embassy and they're trying to start shit, we have to defend ourselves. That's just all there is to it. And drawing your weapon on someone, exactly. So as long as we just kind of keep doing what we're doing, I think that's the woodsman way, right? I mean, it's worked. We've just got a little off track. Gideon's a wild card right now. I need desperately to get face to face with him and then just report back, and I'll let you know what my gut tells me. until I do that. It just sounds so outrageous. I almost can't even believe it.
It's almost
So,
unbelievable.
yeah, yeah. Especially the thing with
Absolutely.
Jack. Gideon made sense because I heard, kidnap, disappears, come back, a different state of mind. How many times have we heard that story, right? It happens a lot. Like, people have the ability here to do things to your brain, and we've seen it, not just with the clowns, but with other groups. But Jack, that's a very ballsy move with other Woodsmen present in their own home base. I mean, he knows it's going to bring heat on the Woodsmen as a whole, and that's a bonehead move.
That's what I said to him. It's like you left your comrade behind.
Yeah, that was a selfish act. I mean, I'm not
But he
saying I
wasn't a
haven't wanted to
comrade
do it a
then.
million times, but
He wasn't a comrade
exactly.
then. He dropped his armband.
Well, he claimed he claimed after the fact that he was there protecting you.
No.
And regardless, even if he drops his armband, the clowns are only going to look at this as a woodsman killed us. Period. Doesn't matter if he
100%.
proclaimed before he did it, "Hey, heads up, I'm not." It does. They don't care. They're even if they did care, they're clowns. They don't care. So the clowns, they're going to come for us. They're going to come and they're going to do what clowns do, and I'm okay with that because they're doing what clowns do. Gideon's not doing what Gideon does, and Jack's not doing what Jack does. So that's the issue. That's the only issue. I could care less about any of these other groups. I've said it a million times. I'm only here for the Woodsmen. Everyone else is just collateral bonus gravy.
So
It's nothing.
the last time I spoke to him, it was, why?
That's a bit rude.
Why now?
Well, our friends. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the last time I spoke to him, I said, why now? And the reason I punched Gideon is because when I said nobody done anything when Worm, me included, nobody done anything. And he turned around to me, looked me in the face and said, well, that was your responsibility to do something. How isolating does that feel when the next day the worm came down, everybody was like normal. But his response to me was, that was my responsibility to do something about Worm or the clowns as an individual, not as a group.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, hindsight, I'm glad nothing did happen. At the time, believe me, if this would have happened then, I'd probably be on that hill as well.
Right.
Because how I felt at the time, in the heat of battle, or all the passions arising. Yeah. But I've had time to realise that is not the best course of action. Sometimes.
Right. There's consequences that impact others other than just yourself, and as soon as you put any armband on, doesn't matter if it's a woodsman or a dam or fireflies, once that armband goes on, you're not acting alone any longer. That was what happened with us with Wade back in the day, doing private deals with FL and going out at night. We know nothing about it, yet it's still a representation of the woodsman. Like that, we act as one. We're one body moving together. So one person shoots down the clowns, we all did it. Thank God it was the clowns. I mean, everyone knows my stance on the clowns. I love those guys and girls. They're amazing. But if you think that they're your friends, your allies, or they can be trusted, then you don't know the clowns. Like their whole mission is to enslave every human. Like that's their reason for existence. And I take that with a grain of salt. And I definitely wouldn't find myself going up to their territory not expecting possible mischief to break out, because I would almost be disappointed. Stay true to who you are.
So the difficulty we've got, and I know you might not have long, so Gideon's, or say Gideon and Jack, we'll say that, but Gideon's stance is that all those groups on that list aren't welcome, but that includes the Helping Hands, who's on that list, and this is where it gets confusion. So I've just set this up just so people can come here still. We're not going to...
We still have a job to do.
But the issue we've got is we've got one side, I'm not thinking of it as size, but one building that is going to be selective, that we're all going to, I don't know, because I had to get it out of him, because he said yeah, I said, so what do you want us to do as a group? You need to tell us what you need us to do, or what the procedure is with these groups when they come past. And it took a while, but the end result was shoot them if they don't leave. Now,
but what are they doing? Are they just sitting
just
downstairs doing
yeah.
nothing? Are they trying to break in?
No, he said they're not welcome here in any way, shape, or form.
So I don't think anyone can really say that about anywhere, right? Like even Dam can't say you're not welcome in Gorka. Guess what? You can still go to Gorka, just don't get caught. So, or wherever they're at now.
It's more our actions. What are we expected to do as a group? I'm concerned about, not whether they come through or not, because as you say, they're going to come through anyway. It's just you know, and I weren't happy with the fact that changing everything that we had sort of like fought for with blood, sweat, and tears, to then start. Yeah. And again,
it'd be like every other group now.
Well,
like every other group in the land.
And that's
the problem. We don't want to be.
And we know we don't deal with groups in the way people make out. Dealing with them is being civil when they come past, regardless of what type of group they are. If we've got a piece of fish, you know. But every group's dealt the other way with every other group at different times, you know. So I'm just...
And, you know, to be honest, it is one thing. If you come by as a group, you know, and you've got your backpack and your guns and there's multiple of you, to be perfectly honest, you shouldn't need a fish from me. Like, we're not here to feed those people anyway. Happy to do it. But in the bigger scheme of things, we're here to give people the fish that can't get the fish on their own. And they're kind of by themselves, having a hard time. So it's not that we can't tell people, no, we're not going to give you fish, we don't have it, and not feel bad about it. But to tell someone you can't even come into my territory and you're not welcome here, you're putting a target on your back. And those people are definitely going to come. They're coming.
So he made out that we're just here for freshies now. That's when I left him with the embassy, you know, left the embassy. And I think Monk and, I don't know if it was Dredd there as well. I can't remember. I think Monk was there. So, but basically, he said, we're only here for the freshies. That's all we're here for now.
Yeah. All right. So, moving forward, we all agree that Gideon isn't himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how can he be expected to lead?
Well,
that's the problem I'm up against. It's like who's calling the shots now?
Well, I mean. I can tell you, inevitably, the torch will eventually be passed to this guy right here, and that's been our plan. Like we've been grooming and
that means
sitting
something
back
else where I
in
came
amazement, and no, not like that. And we've literally been sitting back in awe, just watching how Rusty has taken off and what he has brought to the table. And we've, you know,
I couldn't agree more.
The decision was made. The decision was made, and things were very close to to getting to that point. And now I feel like there's two Woodsmen. They're going in very different ways, and I just know. I don't know, man.
It's difficult.
I think I think Rusty needs to be calling the shots. Because like you said, Gideon is not of sound mind. If everything you're telling me is what's the truth, and
you
I
need
have
to speak
no
to him,
not
though.
to believe it.
You need to speak to him.
I do need to speak to him. But
Absolutely.
I can tell you, I'm not in a position to move you guys forward, like Rusty can. I'm not saying I don't want to be a woodsman. I'm just saying we need someone who's a little bit more present and a little bit more relevant to take this to the next chapter. And unless anyone has any objections, I was really wanting to do this with Gideon here, but he's not, and I don't know if he ever will be. But
no.
Trade me.
No.
You have to do this. This is the original armband cut from the first flag.
No.
I can't take it. You guys need
the
leadership,
issue.
And I can't give it to you.
We're moving too many steps ahead here. The issue we've got is Gideon is dealing with Harry Churches, and he's left a note up there saying they're waiting his decision, so they're doing some sort of thing. I'm not ousting Gideon. You know, I'll live here.
Oh, I don't think you need to.
And I don't. That's not what I'm asking. That's not. I'm just saying, this group of woodsmen right here, someone has to lead, and it can't be Gideon. And I'm not here enough to make a difference. I'm not saying that this doesn't have to be permanent. I'm just saying there has to be a hierarchy. You know, we've always said, yeah, we don't really have leaders, this and that. Well, you do, but you don't. Like, everyone's opinion matters, everyone's voice counts, but somebody has to bear that burden and that responsibility. And even if it's just short-lived and it's temporary, this group needs somebody. And I think you're going the right direction. I like your stance. I like the fact that you're sticking to your guns and you're staying true to the woodsman values. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm just saying, in the interim, we need a leader. And it's got to be one of you guys here in this room. Like, you're the ones present, you're the ones pushing forward, fighting the battle. It's not right for me to sit back and claim leadership.
I'm not doing it.
No. So even if it's just an interim role, somebody has to step up and do this. You know, maybe it's only a day, maybe it's a week, maybe it's a month, maybe it's forever. I don't know, but I've got to talk to Gideon.
You need to speak to Gideon.
Maybe I don't come back. You know, who knows what's going to happen? But I need you to change armbands with me.
We have our founders. We have our
swap out.
Now we have a general. How about that?
Yeah, and maybe things, you know, work out, and maybe they don't. But this is the original, from the first flag we hoisted at Woodsman Pond. It's Woodsman Gold. You need to hang on to it.
Oh, well, thank you.
And
right.
It means exactly what it means.
Right, everybody get naked.
We've groomed him long enough.
But
now that's my type of fucking party.
But on a serious note, at some point when you're able to, and he may seem quite normal to you, because he is. When he bumped into Dredd and Monk, he was quite his usual self, but he kept moving like this. He couldn't stand still. He was doing this a lot. Yeah. And when you press him on something, like, he starts to get a bit more angry, the same as Mr. Churches does on the radio, when I think he just gets fed up with people obviously admonishing him on the radio, but he loses his temper quite quickly when you start to try and pin him down on, you know, so what are we doing now?
Well, remember when I met Gideon, he'd been living by himself, a hermit life, for many years. So when I brought him out into the world, that was kind of his early stage. Like, he wasn't very trusting of others, had a bit of a short temper, and then he became the most patient person I'd ever met. Like, was willing to give anyone a chance, you know, show them the ropes, rehabilitate them, all this stuff. So he's just reverted so far back into his hermit shell. I just need to talk to him. I'm gonna make it a point. Yeah. Do you mind if I crash here? I don't feel safe sleeping at the embassy.
This won't fit, Dredd, on this helmet, unfortunately. Thank you.
Sorry, man.
And I'll make it a point to track him down and have a one-on-one with him. And based on where that conversation goes, it might not even be relevant to have a conversation with Jack, because if I don't get Gideon, Jack's not coming.
No.
But let me talk to him. He'll respond different to me. I can get through to him. I know I can. He'll at least be honest with me. Might not be what we want to hear, but he'll shoot me straight. Hopefully not. You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the first good news we've had in quite a while now.
So welcome.
The good news is you guys are still here. I mean, I'm looking around and I see a lot of good news right now. So
only just.
It's a tall task, no doubt, but I have nothing but faith that you can pull it off. I'm gonna try to do my stuff, and I'll make it a point sometime before the weekend's up to have a sit down, and I'll reach out. If I can't get you guys, I'll leave you a note, maybe like up here, maybe right. I don't know. I don't want it. I'll drop it on this table. I don't want other people to come up and read it. You know, maybe it won't. Yeah. I'll put it. Yeah. I'll try to hide it as best I can. But I'm glad I got to talk to you guys. Waking up in the embassy and reading that rambling note from Gideon, it didn't even sound like he wrote it. I was just at a total loss.
Well, we've not been up there since we left, so that was the first time we'd gone back there. And when you're getting told by the insurgents, you need to go back and speak to Gideon as if we're their bitches. You know,
exactly that, or as if Gideon is like that. Seems like Gideon's in their pocket and they're just pulling the strings. Like that's not an option either. I don't know. Don't give up on Gideon. I would fall on my sword for that guy, and I just can't believe
100%
that he's a lost cause. Give me some time to work on it, and I think we can make it happen.
So practical matters moving forward. We think the insurgency has access to the embassy?
Probably. I think if we assume that's the case, and if it's not, it's a bonus. I don't think,
So do we operate it? Do we operate in exile, or do we take our home back?
No, I'm not taking that back.
I think ultimately you definitely get the embassy back. That's a no-brainer, and that will be something. I mean, I'm not. When I talk to Gideon, it's not. I'm not giving him options. It's not like I'm gonna lay out the red carpet and see how he wants to move forward. There's gonna be the Woodsmen live in the embassy.
Mm-hmm.
That's that. And if they're not gonna be Woodsmen, then they're out. And it's gonna be very black and white. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. If they want to pursue some other wild hair they got up their ass, so they can do it outside of the embassy and they can steal the hell out of Prigoroki. We won't tolerate it, especially 200 meters away from us.
Yes.
That's bullshit.
Speak to him first, though, because again, you'll get a better idea of how different he is.
Yep. And that's okay. I mean, the one thing I won't do is draw a weapon on Gideon. But if I gotta tell him to leave, he's gonna leave because he won't draw a weapon on me either. Like there are lines neither one of us will cross, and that one I know is set in stone. But the embassy does not belong to me. It does not belong to Gideon. It belongs to the Woodsmen. And Jack and Gideon, in my opinion, are not Woodsmen at the moment. They may have on an armband and a raincoat, but that's not what being a Woodsman's all about. So, it may go well. It may go completely shitty. But you will be back in the embassy, and we will be the Woodsmen, and we'll keep moving forward with or without Gideon and Jack. It's just that simple. I don't want to see that happen. I mean, he's half the reason we even exist. But people are allowed to change, but not like that and not unwarranted. So I need to talk to him, and I'll make it a point to get back with you as soon as I have any sort of direction on where I think this is going. But definitely plan on being back in the embassy. That belongs to you guys 100%. And if I have to shoot my way in and change the locks, I'll do it.
Yeah, the downstairs is still the same, so I'm assuming that the other ones.
Okay.
There for Jack and Gideon if they decide to go down the dark path. They seem to be wearing black as
I love it.
So...
Yeah, I love it. I'll drop it on their feed, and I'll just tell them. I'll say it's simple. You got to make a choice, and the Woodsman version that you've created is not a choice. We can be stronger as a group. We can put our foot down and draw lines in the sand and still be welcoming Woodsmen who try to practice neutrality as best it can be practiced. But to banish people and tell people they're not welcome, there's never anything a Woodsman's going to do.
They didn't banish anybody.
We went.
No, I mean what they're saying about the other groups not being allowed.
Oh yeah.
To Prigoroki. Like
absolutely.
That's going to be the biggest problem. As soon as you tell someone that, everyone's gonna be coming down from the north to stir shit up down here in our nice, what is as pleasant as you're gonna get, southern coast. and we don't want that. We don't want any reason for anyone to want to come stir the pot down here. So if Gideon and Jack do want to pursue this, not only do they need to leave the embassy, they need to leave Prigoroki, and they need to pursue it outside of our territory. And I will let him know if they show up with the wrong colors on, trying to push their weight around, bullets will fly. The insurgency will never be an ally of the Woodsmen unless they, again, people can change, but
Brian,
it's not going to be
welcome.
an overnight thing, and there's going to have to be a lot of
howdy
activity that they show they're changing, and not words. Harry likes to talk. There's a lot of words, and they don't jive with his actions all the time. So they've got a lot of proving in my book before there's even a coexisting option. I mean, as it stands now, if I see them, I want to shoot them. Like, that's, I've seen them shooting our guys left and right.
Yeah.
And they're the only group really doing that at will. Not even us. They're shooting freshies. Like, how do you justify that? How can I take you credible at all when part of your tactic is to kill someone unarmed, fresh, leaving the embassy? Like, you're a total psychopath. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So we just need to get Gideon out of the dark before he's too far gone. And I mean, I'll do my damnedest.
Yeah, I don't think there's any lack of love for Gideon in this room. I don't think
No,
that's changed a bit.
and he knows that, and that may be what brings him back, because he's not going to find that anywhere else. You can fight side by side with whoever you want, but the camaraderie in this group and the loyalty and the love we all have for each other, you absolutely will not get in any other group, and that's why it means so much to me, and that's why I'm willing to fight for it. But again, Gideon always looked up to Harry. I mean, almost an obsession. So it might not have taken Harry a lot to manipulate him. When you idolize someone, even if you've kind of turned your back on that, there's still somewhere in the back of your head, some dark little corner where that person is still an idol to you. And if Harry can convince him that they're fighting for the same cause, come work beside your idol, Gideon could have fallen prey to that, but he's a lot stronger minded than that. So I'll talk to him. I'm going to take a rest, get my wits about me. I'll talk to him, and I'll keep you guys in the loop, but keep doing what you're doing. You made the right move. You're all doing the exact right thing. And thank God you did, because had you not, there'd be no more Woodsmen.
Yeah.
So good to see you, Couch. Thanks for clearing all this up.
Yeah, man. Sorry it took
Jeez,
me
Couch.
so long to get in the mix, but couldn't be more proud of what you guys have done. I mean, you stood up to a founder, and that takes some balls. So kudos. You did the right thing, 100%. Yeah, definitely. Hats off. Wear that armband proudly, men. You're doing an amazing job, and we'll get to the bottom of this. We either move on without Gideon, and unfortunately, he might become our enemy, or we salvage this, and we're twice as good as we were before. Either way, we're going to come out stronger. The Woodsmen are better because of this, no matter what, with or without Gideon. We've learned, we have more experience.
Wow.
And, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so... Good shit all around. Yep, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Rusty.
Yeah.
Heavy is the crown.
Yeah. Like I say, I'm certainly not.
Yeah.
Gone.
Do one of you mind just quickly filling me in? I had to go in my head for like 3 minutes, and when I came back, all I saw was Couch taking his armband off, and I'm like, "Oh fuck, what's going
So
on?"
I'm filling you in. I'm filling you
Are
in.
you doing a Gideon? Are you doing a Gideon?
I'm filling you in.
He's turned already. Fucking hell, he's had
already
it 5
turned.
fucking seconds.
No.
Before you fill Mr. Dread in, I'll have to say my goodbyes. If it's okay, I would take a nap right in here.
Yeah, just be careful. It's not secure when
Absolutely.
you wake up. You know, it won't be for a little while.
Ah, no way I sleep is safe. Don't you worry.
Good to see you, Wes, old friend.
Yes, Wes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. So, So essentially, he's going to have a chat with Gideon, and so it's going to be messy. It's going to be messy. You know, but what's the worst that's going to happen? We're going to get shot at. You know, we're used to that, unfortunately. But he needs to, like I said, he needs to speak to Gideon. To get
In lieu of that, yeah. Sorry, I was just gonna say that in lieu of that, he gave Rusty the founder's armband, and Rusty's the de facto leader for now. And,
Oh wow.
I'm all behind
news.
that, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. I did hear saying someone to lead, and I did point to Rusty, so that was definitely all behind that.
Well, yeah. So I just think trying to make this secure, you know, so people can, and then I'm working out of here initially because we've still got the clowns to deal with. You know, that's not going to be easy.
Yeah. Well, it could just be like an outpost, can't it?
Yeah.
In the meantime.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
it's just messing about with potential other areas that we may be able to secure cheaply, you know. Because we were saying that I forget what I said. I think is it 2 boxes or 3 boxes of nails, we'll have as many layers here as we've got in the embassy right now.
Yeah.
There's no storage, which is a problem. You know, as in you can't get shelters. I think you can get one shelter up here, but that's blocked by the door, so you can't really store anything. But if you don't store anything, it's not a great loss. Just have it in the tents downstairs for people to take. You know, less guns and stuff.
Yeah.
Just don't pick
There's
stuff up
nothing much
unnecessarily.
that we store anyway, really, is there, that we desperately need.
I mean, it's handy like raincoats and stuff to get started again, and armbands.
Good. Yeah, good.
And it is good to have like at least one set, but then all of a sudden, you know, you can go through those tents up there, and I've always said it, you know, there's random pistols that could probably just go in the fire, you know, before you realise that we filled up a car tent, you know.
I did run to Western Evac yesterday via like Bourne in the usual old run.
Yeah.
And the whole time I think I was following someone.
Yeah.
Because it was not long after nap time, and every door to all of the sheds were open. So I spent about 2 hours running there and back, and it was like, fuck's sake, what a waste of time.
Yeah.
Not a
It's
single
always the
thing.
way.
Like not even a glow stick, man.
Yeah.
It's always shocking when you find nothing. It's like, did they literally take everything? Yeah, it happens a lot. Oh,
So
well, at least we
the
got some
308,
answers.
I've dropped some stuff that I have found over the past couple of days. I don't know if any of that's of use to anyone.
I don't need the suppressor.
Hey. I'll take the 308 in case they find a blaze. Oh, did you not need the pistol suppressor? Because I will take that. If you
No, I don't. I've got a Mark II.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the Mark II as well. So we have a path forward in that Couch is going to speak to Gideon
And that will
and give an ultimatum of you're out on your hook,
Well,
or
I still think he needs to speak to him before. Yeah, he will. He'll speak to him first because he'll see how much he's changed, or he might not. You know, because he's only got our side of the story so far. But I think he did say he saw a note from Gideon up there.
yeah, he said, and he knew straight away that something was off.
Yeah.
Just by the way it was written.
Because we still, and I said this before, it's it's easy to judge if unless you've been in his shoes. We'd all like to think we know what we would do in that circumstance, but until you go through what you've gone through with him, I don't know.
Yeah. I was a bit so before you guys got here. Couch was worried in case he had to go to sleep before he got back, and he was filling us in. And there was part of me. I think he's cleared this up now, but when he first said it, I was a bit confused about the, being a bit more, not aggressive is not the right word, but choosy or how we react to people. It was just Monk, I think.
Yeah,
and I said to him, look, you need to communicate that a bit better because you sounded like what Gideon sounds like, that will turn people away, and I don't think that's what he meant at all. Well, that's how it sounded at first, and I was a bit like, uh-oh. He was just saying that, if people are going to push us about, we need to, if we're in our land, in our land and in our house, then we'll respect that. If don't, then
there's consequences. Yeah, and I think that's absolutely fair, and that's like what I said, Jack. I mean, like, okay, let's, we'll put our foot down, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean we need to join the insurgency. That's that's the piece that I don't really get. Yeah, it's like
cracking a walnut with a sledgehammer. Yeah,
right. No, that was good that he was here. And I will say, I talked to Jack on the radio, and he did genuinely concerned about our well-being when he said, watch out for the characters he saw poking around the embassy.
Yeah, and, he did. I was just concerned that he was overlooking the embassy, so I was it was a bit dubious as to, well, hang on.
Yeah.
And then he was like, is that your guys? I'm like, well, I don't know, but if I say it was, is he going to shoot? It's a perfect excuse, isn't it, to say, oh, well, I didn't realise it was them. But I thought, well, if it is them, I need to go tell them straight away,
Yeah, I don't think he's quite there yet to start shooting Woodsmen, but I think, I guess this conversation Couch has with Gideon is going to probably be the decider moving forward.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to make some choices.
And hopefully, I know we all agree here that what Jack's done is horrific. Whether it's unforgivable, that time will tell, I suppose, because, the reason why I'm a woodsman is charity. And I'd like to think the best of people, and hopefully we can work through this, and he's, and we can get back to the level we were at rather than ostracating them or whatever the word is,
Yeah.
Yeah, so until we get clarification from Couch, that's still Gideon. Gideon's still up there, and we're just hanging out here,
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens from that. I don't certainly want to push him out. That's not the thing. It's just and again, I don't want to cloud anybody else's judgment. This is I done what I done because that's what I believe in. And again, everybody's entitled and free to have their own views on things. Yeah, we do need to stick up for ourselves more. We have been pushed around, but this has gone from level 1 to level 1,000. Overnight. And it's not. It may come to that. But normally that escalates because it starts. And then it gets worse, then it gets worse, then it gets worse. And then you're just shooting each other all the time, like the Legionnaires, and you're getting raided all the time. And we couldn't function as a community group like that. We couldn't, know.
Yeah. And the thing is that it's all well and good putting your foot down.
To be honest, but he joined the insurgency after we threw him off a building, and he claimed to have met the lady. Can you believe that? Absolutely egregious.
Check out.
He's a crazy man. with a crazy group.
Shh. That's the clowns. Jackal. Yeah, it's Jackal. He's probably going to shoot me as soon as he sees me. Yeah, that was one of the clowns that Jack shot.
How could he hear us?
He didn't. He didn't. He was just speaking too loudly.
Right. I thought he was shouting to us that Jack's crazy man with a crazy group. It's absolutely egregious.
No, somebody said he jumped off a cliff to meet the lady or something. But I'm not sure. So they've probably been to the embassy.
Yeah. What I was saying about the group is, you know, you can put your foot down and stand your ground, but ultimately, if you stand up against some groups, they're going to know that we aren't fighters, that we aren't. Do you know what I mean? So we can't
Almost
go to
a
the
joke.
nth degree. We need to just be like, look. Sorry.
Almost a joke to them if we, you know, if we say we're going to do X, Y, and Z.
And they'll just needle us more. Do you know what I mean? We can be respectful and say, look, we don't want that here.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to pull my gun out and put it in the face and go, well, we will mow you down and come after you. Like that's not what I signed up for.
And that's the way we've always done it. And that's the thing. That's the way we've always done it. And it hasn't done us bad, you know, in the time that, from what I can remember, and before I was a woodsman, it hasn't done them too bad by having that way. You know, we've got in more trouble by, well, we're potentially going to get in more trouble by standing up for ourselves.
Yes. Yeah. Become more of a target.
Yeah. But
I suppose I can throw away this logo that I was drawn for the new group. You know. I'm joking, of course.
Is that a belly rumbling?
Not mine.
Yeah. We just need to find.
So why will Jackal kill you?
Well, Jack shot him in the face, and he doesn't like me anyway. I just shut that. I'm just paranoid about this door being open.
I was going to go look out there, and then you heard bellies.
I thought.
So he's a clown. Jackal's a clown.
Try to stop. Yeah.
And he's never been he doesn't seem to be a fan of mine. He's quite an angry clown out of all of them. I think he seems to be the most constantly angry clown.
Can you describe what he wears?
I think he wears a beret because he's French. He wears a purple-ish greatcoat.
Right, just so if I come across him, I know who he is.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we're not openly shooting at them, but they may openly shoot at us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's important with the voices as well. I don't think they would have heard us up here, potentially, but he must have been on 2 or 3, I think, so medium or shout.
Yeah. It's probably worth one of us talking and one of us going down to make sure that we can't be heard. Because we think we can't. There might be people listening in, you know.
When Couch was talking, I came to hear and I couldn't hear him.
Ah, right, okay.
Give you an idea.
What about
from
downstairs though? Because the distance is the same.
Directly below you.
Yeah.
Well, I can continue talking. That's no problem. So I don't know if you can hear this.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so we need to be careful then.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know that if we hear a door open, then, or if we're being secret, we can go and use a lockpick and just lock all the doors.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's badly damaged. So if we see another one, I need to grab it.
What do you need? Sorry.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out.
Lockpick that's not
right.
badly damaged.
Right.
If we do leave, I think we should each take a door. There's 3 doors.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm probably gonna have to head off shortly.
No problem.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Fortunately. No, thanks for
But,
well, we all know the score now. Like you say, we're not ousting anybody.
Yeah.
Couch is going to have a chat. They're probably not.
Go ahead.
They're probably not. You know, I don't want to fight them. You know, because they, you know, like I say, I think this is an unusual turn of events. A really unusual turn of events. And again, if we went,
sorry, go on.
So if we went with their mentality, you know, we'd be fighting now, as in shooting now. We're not, you know, they don't allow you to think about things. It's black and white, isn't it, with the insurgency about a lot of things. Because when they find out about us, they'll probably come down here and start shooting us. The insurgency will, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because when they saw me and Monk, you know, they said about, are you setting up here? I said, yes, it's a little community camp that everybody's welcome to come to.
Yeah.
So,
we'll just have to see what pans out. I think I liked how the radios worked. If I was just on the right frequency, but on the hour, that worked quite well.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I forgot.
do we want?
No, it's sound, man.
Since Jack is obviously still using that channel, do we want to maybe switch to the next one higher or next one lower?
Yeah, it's
whatever
probably
that
wise.
number that is, like 99.1 or whatever that's.
Yeah, the one below.
Yeah,
that'd be perfect. Because I was like, oh man, Couch is here, and I was like, I hope the other guys are about because I'll not remember what he says unless I write it down.
Obviously don't forget if you know, because there might be Uno, me, Smash, Roscoe. They might wake up, and again, just obviously don't try and like overload them. Just explain what's happening and let them make their choice. You know, that some of them might think like that. You know, as well. They may have had, you know, enough. So I'm not, you know, I'd never try and sway anybody. Just let them decide for themselves. You know, there's 2 sides to this story, and you know, there's one side, and then there's our side, or you know, and we'll just roll with it.
Yeah. Do you know you can change the frequency while it's on your belt as well?
Yeah, it wasn't working for me earlier. Same with my O muscle. Yeah.
Man.
Well,
that's
cool. But yeah, guys, sorry, I'm gonna have to head off.
Yeah. Remember, the new dress is going to be booty shorts, wife beaters, and Father Christmas hats.
Titty
tassels. We go this way, and we go that way, and we go this way, and we go this way, and we go one this way and one that way, like a figure of 8.
I can't do that. Yeah, no way.
Right, I'll catch you 2 later then if you're gonna.
Thanks
for.
I'm gonna go sleep in here.
Yeah.
It's good. Congratulations, Rusty. Well done. Well deserved.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't forget the shovels up here.
Yeah, I'll come back for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Take care.
Yeah, I'm just out to find some wire. I'm probably going to bump into the clowns. Oh, they're gone the way I am, aren't they? I just need some wire. You know, all the times that you... Because then we can at least... you don't need... For the big gates, because you make a gate kit, you don't need... You don't need wire. You don't need pliers, should I say, because on the official you do. To make a gate out of a fence, you need pliers. But on here, you make a gate. You make a gate kit, so you don't need pliers to make the gate. It automatically put the hinges on, so when you make the gate and put the frame up, it's already a gate. But the small doors you do. The small doors you need to have a the single doors you need pliers, because they're the same design as the official gates. You make a gate kit. Actually, you make a fence and you can just turn it into a gate with pliers and wire. Sometimes wire is all you can find as well. Oh God. I'm just hoping that they're not looking for wire. That'll almost certainly be the clowns going back to Green Mountain. They might have come down to the embassy to pay us a visit. So if I can find wire and I can dig that those posts in, then we just need nails and a lock, and we're good to go. Or, you know, a saw, but you can find those relatively easily and just put a gate on. Not that we can keep anything up there, and it's going to get raided. Yeah, things are still fragile as well. Obviously with Jack's not going to go anywhere. Gideon's not going to go anywhere. We're not ousting them. Which is we're still because. Yeah, I think it'd be good to do that sort of thing anyway as a group. You know, that'd be a good thing to do. And we've been talking about it for a while, but at this moment in time, it's not probably the best time, to be honest. Sunrise at Glovo. You can find wire in all these places. Trouble is, I don't really want to go looting because we've got nowhere to put it. What's that? It's not our thing. I wouldn't even discuss them. What's that for? No. What I mean is, it's with the insurgency. They're still lethal. Don't you know? They're still lethal. They've left us alone because they're dealing with Gideon. When it becomes apparent that we're separate, there's an extremely good chance it'll go back to being what it was. An extremely good chance, you know. And we're not... For me, too much has happened at this, you know, to even consider, like, dealing with them. But like I said, it's muggy tonight. Horrible muggy weather. You know, we've not changed anything. You know, we just want to keep things the same and not be dictated to about how we do business. And business, you know, I've said it before. Uh-oh. Dead person. Oh. There, they've finished themselves off. That's what they've done. Yeah, the thing with that as well, you do need numbers as well. That's the thing we've always, you know, with things going on, and I don't blame anybody. You know, I'm just fortunate I've got the time at the moment. Extremely fortunate I've got the time. So it's... you know, it takes a, you know, for any of the groups to put on anything, it takes people, and if they're not available, that's not a problem. It's just you try and do it another time. And I think that's what's kept us from you know, it's kept us from doing what we try to do. Is that a saw? And the difficulty here is because people have been around so long, there's normally wire in these, isn't there? You know, but you only know the time when you've met them, you know, and I think you can keep trying to going to be some wire in here. I've seen it in here all the time. Like the low end building supplies have always been in here. Yeah, that is the thing. You just need the numbers around to do it properly, you know. And when you're short on numbers, another saw, it makes it difficult. You know, it makes it difficult. And IRL stuff comes first all the time. This is a game, you know, a game we really enjoyed, but yeah, IRL stuff will always, you know, come first. But there'll be times, and this is the thing, you know, when people have extended times away, you know, we'll be back. Well, you know, there'll be somebody here when you come back, because that is the truth. So there's a 3-dial. It's almost not worth putting them on. There really isn't. Well, that you could put them on against me, because I have not got the patience to try and roll a 3-dial. Even though you can knock it out in a few minutes if you know what you're doing. I didn't take that other tincture either, did I? I'll leave that for somebody else. We need sheds, don't we? I don't think you find it in cars, do you? Baseball caps. We don't need baseball caps. Don't need no stinking baseball caps. So why would Jack be in the hills? Yeah, I don't mean to be like hard with him, but that was, for me, that was always a thing that Couch and Gideon said. You only get one shot. Obviously, this is unique time, so I'm not saying. So I'm not saying that that's the end. I'm not saying that at all. But yeah, that's always been drilled home to me. You know, once you get the armband, you know, you wear it and you only get one shot. And generally, if you decide to leave, it's your choice, unless you get, you know, unless unless you get kicked out. But generally, if you if you choose to leave, that's fine. If you want to do something different, that's fine. There's no hard feelings. Yes. We can at least dig those poles in before. I don't think that shovel will disappear. Oh shit, that's if I get back. I'm not going to get back in time, but I found a wire. We can at least dig those posts in so they won't necessarily disappear. Yeah, somebody did steal our cam net. But again, it's not a secure base as such, although I don't think you're supposed to help yourself to people's belongings. That wouldn't have despawned in that time, not a chance. They only went up a couple of days ago. But then again, if you leave stuff out, it's a big risk that will happen. You can't. That's a lot. I think the Legionnaires probably took it. I would guess. I don't think our lot would have taken it. I don't need any more. I don't think. So that's what got them into trouble with the boxing night they had before I joined a Woodsman. So that's what started off the issue with the Fireflies. They had a boxing event where they wanted everybody to come together, regardless of group or affiliation. They wanted everybody to come together. And obviously FL, I think they invited them. Or they invited themselves, the way they're so good at doing. Yeah, I think they invited themselves, and then they were the security, which upset the Fireflies, and I think Dam turned up. I think there was a bit of people getting cut up and eaten. So Hillary gets gassed. We have to go there. Yeah, 15th of... oh. Yeah, the 15th of October is Badlands release date, I believe. I think I saw something today. So that'll be something to look forward to. And I'll be right back. Gee, I just had a white chocolate Magnum. It took a little bit longer without giving me brain freeze than I realised. They're a thing of beauty, they are. Yes, it is 9 o'clock at night, but it's extremely muggy. And I am the captain now, so I can do what I want. Oh, there's planks here as well. Somebody's stolen the shovel. Bastards. Ah, Metal, welcome in. Diana, welcome, welcome. Yeah, great job. I don't know. Bastards stole my shovel. Unless somebody's picked it up. Bastards. Let's go and get it. Did they drop it somewhere else? Yeah, I think somebody's stolen it. 'Cause it was in this corner. God damn it. That disappears, that disappears. Balls. I'm trying to think of the closest place you can get shovels. Put the camera on for you. Yeah, they're not round here. I think you have to go to the outskirts of Cherno. Well, that is a shame. I thought I could dig those bloody posts, and they did say, don't forget the shovel. But I think somebody's potentially picked that up. I can't see how that would have despawned because I just dropped it. Just before the, you know, when I had it on me. They don't despawn that quick. I think somebody's picked it up. Is it as muggy for you, Metal, as it is for me? Yeah, it's the fan's on, but it's just blowing lukewarm air around. And the crazy thing is, it's cooler than it has been by a little bit, but it's a lot stickier. I did take Doris out. And it was, it was cool, but it was sticky. It wasn't like the sun wasn't out, but it was muggy. You can find them up at this barn. Hopefully we can. Up at the Trailblazers. But as typical, I found the wire. I'll keep that on me because if there's a little scoundrel around, they'll steal that as well, and I'll just be playing ring around the rosies. No police cars. Shut up, Mr. Owl. So what is the plan? What do we do? Checked all these. What do we do? I think a pickaxe also. Good Lord. There's cows as well. The people that we saw by the fishing spot could have been Nova Aurora. There's loads of infected around. So what to do, what to do? That's where I found the wire, I think. I've got space for some stakes. I've got a suppressor. Oh, that is something we haven't got, is somewhere to cook yet. I don't even know where our nearest rocks are. Well, I got 3 in. I will need to eat again soon because I haven't really eaten much. Come on, shovel. That's a crossbow. Don't need a crossbow. Oh, there we go. So that you can dig them in with this. Let's go back, let's go back. There you go, it's knowing where to look for your stuff. Now somebody will probably stolen those logs. That's what I reckon's happened now. There they are. I'll be coming back for you if you're still here. You're lucky. Tell you what somebody else has stolen as well is our fence kits. I had one, again, when I say stolen, they weren't locked up, so they're, you know, they might have needed the rope, I guess. Ah, Mimi, the Nail Queen. Good evening, good evening. I hope all is well. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, remember I was somebody moved our shovel. Unless one of the other guys picked it up, they may have picked it up and logged out with it. But I don't think they despawn that quickly. But it was a restart, so but same as stuff when you leave it outside shelters. That could be as simple as that. You know, we were always losing stuff upstairs. If you didn't put it in a shelter or you put it on the bricks, it would disappear. So there's no real shock. And if it was that, I just thought because I dropped it, it would have been there after the restart, but it might have been a bit longer. And I think different things have got different persistence times, how long it exists before it disappears or it's interacted with. Well, all good is good. can't fit through that gap. I'm too fat. That'd be handy if there was a random rock. Right next to here where you could get all the rocks for a flagpole and fireplace. It takes a lot longer with this. Perfect. You can dismantle. I might just put this in the shelter. This is the main one, because if we find a box of nails, we can put a gate up with some planks. I haven't got any rope, have I? Let's gather some rope. Well, yeah, I mean, thanks for popping in on here. You know, Twitch for me. I mean, I started on Twitch because everybody seems to, and but it just doesn't seem. I don't know. It seems yeah, it's never seemed to have taken off like YouTube has. I think it's because obviously your stuff disappears after a while, so your stuff disappears. But I mean, think oh, brilliant. Yeah, I don't know how, how it all works. I mean, there's that many people who, are at the lower levels. You just don't, you don't get pushed, you don't get seen, and it is difficult. Whereas YouTube, sometimes the algorithm seems to be in your favour. And at that time I had, it seemed to push everybody my way, and we had, was it 1,200 people watching at one point? That was crazy. I remember that. That just, it just took off. Everything seemed to line up. I don't think that was a raid. That was just as things finished. That got, whether you got guys and girls hyped it or something, but it really leapt off. I am going to build another shelter, Fireworks. Good lord. That made me jump. Yeah, I'm surprised. There might be a reason why, but I'm surprised YouTube hasn't, on whether they don't think they need to, but just increase the interaction you can have with the emotes and the animated emojis and stuff like that. Again, I don't know how difficult it is to implement. I haven't got a clue, in all honesty. think it goes next to that one. How the fun starts. Let me pick up this. Yeah, get some torches on the go. Announce we're here. Fall asleep to the sound of the waves crashing against the pier. Six more. go from worn to damaged just by chopping a couple of small bushes. I'll put that in there. I'm going to have to. Let's go and get that cat. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, had a funny little turn then. Let's go and get that cow if they're still there. I reckon that cow would have despawned potentially. Oh, a little bit of a headache there. Yeah, so Badlands drops on the 15th of October. So I'm going to be switching my little Chinara server I mess about on to Badlands so I can get to experience it vanilla styly or official styly. Yeah, looking forward to that. It's going to be, and again, I don't want to know all the detail on what works. You know, I like to find out through trial and error. I think because Marx was saying it's going to happen a lot, you know, because of how it's been designed. It's going to take you a little while, some people like me, probably longer than others, to get used to it. If you've jumped on a few maps, I suppose you can adapt quite quickly, but I've been pretty much on Chinaris for no more dogs. Yeah, so I've been on Chinaris more than probably any other map, especially since coming to Doug. So any map is going to be cheeky for me to adapt to, especially with the different conditions. It's going to be interesting, and I think from an RP point of view, where you know people are going to be building, you know, groups and factions are going to be taking over areas, that'll be an interesting concept. Especially with, well, now you can make the materials harder to find as well. You know, just because you can build up buildings, you can still reduce. Yeah, you can still reduce what you find. So you can still make it difficult. But the idea of taking over a structure and living in there could alleviate, and I think, well, you can still use normal building methods as well. But if you were to, say, example, remove potentially remove some of it, so you can only use the built structures, you've got no issue with mega bases then, potentially. You know, that can remove the, you know, the potential for, you know, people building mega structures. But I think at the moment you can use both, I think, which is good. And some buildings are going to be more sought after than others, clearly. But it's going to be fun. I'm going to try not to watch any guides. And just, but that's a good thing about being able to rent your own server, depending on how many people you want on it. That dictates how much it is. I think on PC, and you can have it for a couple of days or a month at a time, or longer. Do we reckon the cow's gone? Oh, the cow's only gone and moved. They're up there, aren't they? There they are, they've moved. Well, we're going to get one in our belly. Laying down, taking a nap, aren't we? These are easier to hunt than a bear, aren't they? Anytime now. Yes. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so there was somebody obviously with the dogs. They took the dog. I haven't got room for you, Mr. Bunny. We need to cook this. So I've got space for a box of nails. Somebody's bound to steal that saw. But again, if they're out there, that's to take. You know, it's not. You can't get too upset. It's like when people, I think, who was it? Nolan. Was it Nolan? Left a medium tent in one of the houses while he was trying to find nails. Unfortunately, you know, you are asking for that to disappear, unfortunately. You know, with just turn the camera off for you. There we go. Oh, I thought for one moment there was a convoy here. I think that was the other cow getting shot, potentially. Somebody's on my trail, and they would have seen the remnants of the other cow, so it's not going to be safe to cook it round here. That sounded exactly where the. Let's do a quick check, and I'm going to try and get somewhere to cook this stuff up, that we know somebody's around. Probably the same one took the dogs out, but for most people, a cow is too good a thing to pass up. I have got duct tape on me to make another bottle suppressor. I've got to be quick though. Because they could be coming straight and doing the same route. And you do get spoilt using the stone ovens because you. Because you can. You know, you can cook quite a lot on them. So we get used to using them, and then when you go back to cooking on a stick, which will keep you alive, it certainly will keep you alive. Another saw. Shoes. Let's not run straight across an open field. Monk, do you mean where did Monk go? He took a little nap. Him and Dredd took a little nap. I'm not sure where to check. Because there is somebody definitely, I'd say following me, but there is somebody behind me and it looked like there was somebody in front of me. Crikey, I thought that was a person. It was a trunk of a tree. And that's what it's about. That's it's having something you enjoy, and if you enjoy it, time flies. And there's obviously times. I mean, it's really busy for us at the moment here, but there are times when it goes a bit quiet. There's a fantastic erection. Don't know if I'll be allowed in there anymore. Because now the worry is that I think I heard Worm tell them to stop before they shot me, because I think he knows what happened. I'm assuming he knows what happened, but he's only got my word for it. But now what's going to happen? I wouldn't blame them for shooting us on sight, potentially, because of what's happened. And then that'll just be used to reinforce what they've been saying about them, when actually they're retaliating. They're not instigating. And that's a big difference. But that, like Couch was saying, not saying they wouldn't instigate, but in this instance, and you've got to look at stuff case by case. You can't broad brush everything. You've got to look at the circumstances, and the circumstances, there's nothing up here. Shut up, Mr. Rabbit. And that's the thing, it'll get used against us, or that'll get used against them when they're retaliating to something. But that'll we told you all along, that's what they're like. Well, we know what they're like. A bit like don't poke the bear, as Leah told us to. And we went ahead and poked the bear, didn't we? Ah, Tacos, welcome, welcome. It's about as close as I want to get the fantastic erection. Oh, another shot from somewhere. Sound like indoors. I have to find a tree at this rate and do a bit of stealth cooking. I don't want to use my cooking pot because that is badly damaged, and that will almost certainly ruin. Yeah, that war dogs. I mean, that looks all right. I didn't play the testing. There's also, we've got body cam coming out. That looks extremely realistic. I'd be happy if there was a little like house here that you could just cook in. Or they've got one of those grills. Have they got one up here? The little half barrels. I think they're cooking appliances. Nothing. What's that? What's that one? Twister or something? Yeah, there's I know that. Yeah, war dogs. What a lovely sunrise, look. Well, so we have got the thing where there's other people who haven't logged in, and again, they're free to make their own mind up. You know, I'm not trying to dictate to anybody. You know, but everybody knows when they joined, what the Woodsmen, how they done stuff. Now, it wasn't always popular, you know, sometimes the lack of action. Yeah, we do need to stick up for ourselves, but more when we get bullied. Got space. Oh, that one. I've seen that one. Yeah, I saw the Burnt Peanut playing that one, and they spent the first sort of like 20 minutes just throwing darts at each other in the face inside the truck. Yeah, you have to find all the parts, and you know, they spent more time messing about. Yeah, the concern is, what is Gideon and Jack? What are they getting up to? I guarantee they're not just sat in the embassy. Taking vengeance on these groups. Yeah, he was playing quite a few party games, wasn't he, over the last couple of days. I saw the fishing one. Where you had to amass money, buy stuff, and again, you don't know. inevitably we're going to bump into each other. And obviously Jack was over watching the base. What was he over watching the base? Well, I wouldn't be surprised. That is where Jackal was, or Jackal, was down our way. He's not a fan at all. Do need to cook this. I'm gonna go pretty much. The next house I can, or I'm just going to cook underneath the tree or something, but it's going to take forever. Is that a house there or a barn? Oh no, is this a dodgy summer camp? Oh no, there's a... I'm going to cook here. Screw it. This isn't a dodgy summer camp though, is it? No. Not quite. Won't go out. Trouble is, I put this on, I'm going to be losing health through heat. Good eating on a cow. Ah, JX. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, woodsman. Still a woodsman for the moment. I got to be full after this one. Probably won't be able to find that house again, I'm not going to lie. I think it's on the road up to the dodgy summer camp, I think. Ah, Christine. Good evening, good evening. Yeah, so we met Couch today. He's going to have a little chat with Gideon. And again, I'm quite conscious. Let the people make their own mind up. You know, I'm like that with groups and stuff like this. They might, you know, there's other woodsmen and woods ladies that will, you know, I'm not forcing them to choose sides. They can do whatever they feel comfortable with. You know, I just find it difficult with what they've done to me and us as a group to have any sort of, you know, there's no carrot and stick. There's just been stick with them. I think they're trying to carrot us now because they think they can win people over. It used to be you couldn't eat a whole piece of fat without being sick. There we go, we've got 4 pieces of beef stick. Yeah, I'm lost without the binoculars. Just because, unless you've got a hunting scope or a marksman scope, they give you far better visibility. So if somebody's home, but you can see how vulnerable you are at distance, and if you're a good shot, somebody standing still for that little bit too long, they go into their head, they check their inventory, and I'll know the distance. You know, like Blackthorn will probably know the distances from most of the tree lines around here to there. Shut up, Mr. Fox. That's a player, that one is, isn't it? The last one. Yeah, I mean, it is hard to tell.
It's not politics. It's our own family member.
That's Jackal. Oh shit. I could have grabbed and VSS and all sorts then. Oh god. What the heck's going on? I know I can't go to Mokolevka now. That adds into the barn because something's gone down. Oh. There was a pile of guns outside. I think there was a VSS on the floor, and there was dead bodies. So, that means there could be people in the tree line. Oh God. Temptation, yeah, because I saw I got a bit close to them. I don't know if they heard the footsteps. I have to be careful because if I get seen running around the tree line after they've been shot at, it's all gonna go horribly wrong. And as the burnt peanut would say, a clue. It just, I mean, 100%, I think it's more likely to potentially be infected by how it fell, but it just looks slightly different. Oh yeah, I suppose I am, but I'm not, because the problem we've got, and this is the quandary, is we're still the same group, but with slightly different directions on stuff. Now, I don't want to confuse the matter by saying everything's good, we're not going to do it, and then that's not the case with the other half, so I'll play it cautious for now. Because I don't want to put them in any issue as well, you know. But yeah, if I'd have heard worm, God, if I'd have heard worm, I'd have probably, but Jackal doesn't, he's not a fan. I think at the moment I'm off his Christmas card list. He is one of the more angrier clowns, openly angry. He doesn't hold back. It must be his Parisian passion. So if somebody's cooked or lit a fire, there's chili, so they're God. That'll be alright. I only have to hide for a month and a half, and I can go to I can hide in the Stara. Yeah, so I only have to avoid them for a month and a half, and then I can go to the Stara. Boom Boom coat, and that's Mufasa coat that is. Boom Boom has the camouflage one. Yeah, literally, I think that was at the split second when to, oh look, there's, and then I heard his voice. Different circumstances I would have spoken. Probably a meeting with the insurgents. But yeah, there was definitely the difficulty with Mokolevka. You never know if it's, you know, if you hear shots, because they are quite playful, you never really know what the heck's gone on. So if somebody's running round the top of the barn, I saw that, and that's what drew me over. So there's a good possibility they went from ours to here. No, but I'm really hoping that again Gideon's like not well, and he sees, you know. But I really don't know. Missing all the action, aren't I? Like 2 or 3 different guns then. And that is the crazy thing as well. You can loop round the whole area, and again, was that the clowns in the barn getting ready to hit the clowns in the church ready to hit the barn? Were they, there was dead bodies. I really don't know. They're still kicking off. But again, sometimes, I mean, I don't think that was shenanigans, but sometimes you really just don't know. You're desensitized to it, because they... Oh, shit. Yeah, completely desensitized to it. You can probably guess what calibers are being shot, distances. Yeah, it's difficult to know what's going on a lot of the time. It really is. But that... And if you get lost or take the wrong turn, you end up in that. Oh. Not sure what is with all the little mini headaches. Desync. So, we're getting into dodgy territory. Well, hopefully whatever's going on is going on in Mokalevka. Oh, I thought it was a person. It was. With the render, I mean, I think Badlands will be the same, but you just see that little split second of render. And I don't think you can do anything to sort of like sort that out. Where like you zoom in and it changes. Is that a hillcock? No, it's a bird. The hillcock count is looking quite miserable. Yeah, 66. Not even halfway to what I was last time. I bet the stone oven's gone from here unless somebody else has been using it. There's a really good chance. pickaxe is already gone. And our flag's already gone. But that's what it's there for. That is what it's there for. Where did I see a plank pile was really close? This could be potential people running back. Where did I... There was one that was literally just over there. Over the road. There's one there, look. Yeah, so I took a pickaxe and the flag. Excuse me, don't hiccup. That could have been runbacks. Oh, Jack. Thank you very much for the 8 months. I hope all is going well. Yeah, I hope all is going well. Lobster, welcome, welcome. So Couch is going to have a word with Gideon, and we'll see how things go from there. Yeah, we'll see how things progress from there. Hope we can get it sorted out, but we're on slightly different. Yeah, baby oil emporium, yeah. Well, just find out, because I mean, believe it or, believe it or don't believe it, we haven't spoke anything about this like out of game, so we don't. When I say I don't really know what's going, we don't. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I had to put it there because if it's too far over, you can't. You need to reach the lock from inside and out. Well, because we're needing to see what Gideon's like, because he's not Gideon at the moment that we know. For whatever reason, he could have snapped. It could have been too much. there could be external influences, you know, say the insurgency have got a hold on him, you know, do this or we'll, you know, be particularly bad to the rest of the Woodsmen, and he's in his own way is trying to protect. We don't know. I really don't know. But I know stuff keeps getting stolen out of these tents as soon as I put the bloody stuff in there. Flag, pickaxe. Yeah, I just wish that wouldn't clip through the floor like that. Well, if the ceiling or floor was thicker, it wouldn't. You know, because it has to go in a dedicated amount of, you know, ground. You know, there'll be like a set foundation that it goes into, and if it doesn't, because normally you put them in the floor, you don't put them in ceilings or inside the rooms, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's crazy how certain buildings see that works. It opens out to here. I think we've lost it. Yeah, so a single door would have fitted there nicely, or a double door would have fitted here, but there's always a chance they can wiggle over that. But there's no storage up here whatsoever. See if we can find a lock. No. I've done that before, and you can make it so you can't get shot out of it. What if they steal our planks as well? They probably will, the bastards. Where did I see the garages, didn't I? I found I'm going to put a 3-dial on. Sod it. I'm going to go and get a 3-dial. It should still be there. I know where it was. That was in the bottom level. Of yeah, that was in the bottom level of the garages. I'll just go and grab that. I didn't do that one, I don't think. That looks like they're running back, potentially. Whatever that was that went on. What the hell is going on? A tactical backpack. There's some funny old things been going on. Oh, imagine that if I was able to run away with all those guns. Yeah, I think they're running back. Whatever's gone on up in Mogi. But the clowns are involved again, you see. Let's see if we can put a shelter. I don't think we can though. I think it's just dead space, unfortunately. So I'm sure it was in this bottom row on the table. I think somebody else has picked it up or it's disappeared. There was definitely one here. I think it was that one. go. It's not going to be there in the morning. So we're back on the nails again, which is good. Again, this is only going to be like, you know, because the seas, you can fish just across the way, so it's closer than running down to the ship. But oh, good lord, that wasn't me. Yeah, I think people are running back to whatever that was. Oh. Is there a rock? This is what I need to know. Where's our nearest stone-bearing rock? Not a random rock anywhere. Is there a random rock round here? Oh, is that a random rock? Oh no, it's not. So you can fish here and get back out again. If they can see you from there, though, on a clear day. Radiator, Mankini. Yeah, there's no rocks around here. I think it's going to be over the other side of the road potentially. That's a shame. Yeah, I got what I needed done with the pickaxe, so it's not the end of the world. And as I said, if it's in those tents out there, you can't get too upset when it disappears. Somebody blowing up the gas pumps. Should be one more. Yeah, I don't. Let's just check. Unless there's some on the other side of this fence. That would be perfect if it is. Well, they're all woodsmen, I guess, yeah. Yeah. There's no rocks. There's no rocks. Yeah, there's no rocks. I thought it'd be like a random little rock that you could get. There might be some a bit further towards the gas station, I hope. The closer the better, because you... Just a random rock. There's got to be, I'm sure there's got to be some on this hill up here. No, no rock. So they could have. Again, this is because Jack, obviously, unbeknown to a lot of you, used to spend quite a lot of time in the hills. Trying to catch him out. You know, there is a chance. Like I say, I genuinely don't know. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. You know, it is more than likely if they're, you know, did they catch him? Or does he? You know, like we all can sort of agree that some of what he says is right. You know, and it is true, but it's not sort of a complete. You know, you know, and it doesn't allow for you making your own mind up if you haven't experienced it. You're not saying that he's a liar, but you're taking him at his word, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if you knew somebody better, you would. But it just seems to be, this is what they're going to do, this is what they're like, you'll see. And it might be true, but you have to see. You know, not that we don't believe. You know, and I think like Wes was saying, we know what they're like. You know, we know what they're like. I'm not saying that makes it, you know, it's not justification, because the clowns be clowning. Now they look like rocks, but we all know they're bushes over there when you get closer. Oh. No, it's a bush. Just as I thought. I know where they're going to be. There's going to be some all the way down this pier. It's all quite a trek. So we've at least got, you know, you thought it'd be a random rock around here. So we've got a gate up, we've got a 3-dial on it, which probably won't be there in the morning. And I think I didn't kill him, did I? Possibly another run back. That's quite ominous. That's twice now I've nearly run into Jahal. Yeah, I haven't got Christine's desensitivity to getting, you know, I still flinched at that shot. Yeah, so just as an idea, you know, for bases, remembering that they're going to get raided, but for making them a bit more secure. So that's one box of nails. Now for so you get, so for here you get 70 nails in a box. So we've got one layer there, so that's one layer. But for another box, you could put 25, 25, 25, so a box and a little bit, a box and 5 more. You can block here off, but you're going to want to get in. So for securing, obviously you can't get these on official, these small doors, but they're so good for here. But you'd have to use 2 of them, so that's 72. You'd have to do some sort of weird. And the thing is, the gate. If you have the gate across here, it sort of pushes you back when you try and unlock it. It's just annoying. But yeah, you could. So 72, you've got 2 layers there. So with one more box, I mean, we're not looking at fortifying it, just stop it. So 25 to put a frame and a hinge in there, and you've already got 2 layers. You know, you could have framed it, realistically thinking about it. 50, 16, we might have just been short. No, 25, 16, 32, 52. Yeah. So for one box, you could frame that, and that. You could have 2 layers for one box. You know, yes, it's not going to last if people are going to blow your doors off or shoot. But and also, I think you can probably pop them. If you have that as the only door, yeah, but you are stuck in here. Well, I think... Well, that lock's not going to be there in the morning, we know that. But I think I shall call it for the evening. Just make sure there's no shots. Yeah, so you can, again, yeah, you can make some reasonable like fortifications, but like say the downside to that is there's no storage unless you make crates, and I think they're like 35 nails or quite a, but it's an option. It is an option, but if people are going to get ammo and shoot through it, you just know they're going to get in, but that's quite a cheap one, that is. But yeah, I shall leave it there. Things are heating up, and we'll see what develops. I wonder if they are stealing our stuff. But yeah, thank you all so very, very much for watching. The resubs, thank you very much for those. It is very much appreciated. And I shall catch you all later. You're